Israelite. They was trying to explain it to me. And I was like, bro, y'all saying it wrong. Y'all saying I'm Jewish. No, I'm not Jewish. I'm not Jewish.
You're not Jewish. You're from the tribe of Judah.
I'm from the tribe, though.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? I get that much.
All right, put this sign here real quick.
Yeah.
Right. I like to say Shalom and call Halal Yahweh Bashem Yahushai.
Yeah.
My name is Haya El. I'm back on the San Antonio Riverwalk. I've got another lesson for blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians to let them know that they are the true Israelites of the Bible. Right? I did have a lesson set up, but it looks like they're doing Fiesta, so we're going to go in the spirit today, right? Because one of the things that our people need to understand is that all these holidays that we celebrate, what do black, Hispanic, and Native Indians have to celebrate? You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to go ahead and read a few things to get us started, and then we're going to just roll from there, all right? Yeah, because like what you saying, brother, it's not that, I don't want to say the brothers.
They're not wrong.
But the brothers need to explain.
They need a better explanation. Because if you explain it the wrong way, you're going to explain it the wrong way.
Well, how about this? Let me read this.
Come on.
This is 1 Peter, chapter 2 and verse 9.
Right.
But ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a peculiar people, that ye should show forth the praises of him who hath called you out of darkness into his marvelous light. Now, this is the words of Peter, right? And this is to the Israelites. Right? God's chosen people. The Most High God made you a royal priesthood. The fact that you have to work in your own kingdom, especially if you a so-called Hispanic, right? Texas is literally Mexico, but yet you working to pay taxes to the people who stole your land. Come on. When your God calls you the royal priesthood. Come on. The people that he chose. We got time for the Bible, brother? A couple minutes? Okay, well, I can talk to you as long as you're here, right? Okay. Hey, because I just want to let you know, brother, if you so-called Mexican, you are in the Bible. You're in that book, man.
I don't care about that, bro.
Why not?
I come from prison, bro.
Okay.
I'm all about doing right.
Okay. Now, what if I...
I'm about righting my wrongs and doing right, bro.
Okay.
I don't care who's Mexican, black, white. This is, first of all, this is America.
Check this out, check this out, check this out. This is Isaiah, chapter 42 and verse 22. But this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all of them snared and hold, and they are hid in prison houses. You just said you got out of prison, bro. Now, this talks about the real Israelites being trapped in prison. Now, here in America, who are the people in prison by the number?
In my day and time, I'm trying to get mine right.
How you gonna get right?
Doing it now. I go to school.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Doing right next to me.
All praise, all praise.
Man, I got a place to live, food to eat. You know what I'm saying? Transportation.
But what about the rest of you? See, that's where the struggle comes in.
They ain't care about me when I was in prison, so I don't care about them. I'm trying to do me, mine. How the Bible say, right?
No, we don't.
Wake them up.
No, the Bible
Wake 'em
says
up.
that you're supposed to care about your people.
Wake them up.
Yeah, that's my way.
So,
But as far as me taking getting my shit together, that's on me.
so let me read you some of this. Leviticus
Ain't
19.
nobody got that here.
I'm not saying that.
Because here's the thing. I'm supposed to love my brother and my sister enough to lay my life down for them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So if my only outlook on life is to see what I can get out of it, that's how we get this.
I got brothers and sisters that despise me for what I do. That's right, my wrong.
I got you. But brother, I see you. You are literally my blood brother. I love you regardless.
That falls on me.
So let me read this to you, bro. Let me read it. Because one of the things that doesn't happen between blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, we don't tell each other enough that we love one another. Right. One of the things that happened here in slavery is that our Mexican brothers, if we could reach your border, you gave us amnesty. We were free the moment we crossed into your territory. Right.
Cross it to what?
Into the Republic of Mexico. Right.
This is all Mexico back in the
And
day.
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Come on.
This used to be Mexico, but it's not today.
Come on.
It's really diverse.
Now, but my question is, why don't you own this land? Why isn't this your land anymore?
That's not for me to say. I wasn't there in those times. your question to ask me.
Hold
That's
on,
for me
hear
to
me out,
ask
hear
me.
me out, brother, hear me out, brother. I'm asking.
That's for me to
I'm
ask
asking
me.
you. How is this gonna help you?
That it got to do with me.
Well, I'm on your side. I'm on your side.
Oh yeah, be on my side. If you got to do with me, you got to do with me. Nobody else. Jesus, God, none of that. I believe. I got faith. But when it comes to me being coming from where I'm coming from, you know what I'm saying? I can only speak on mine.
I get you.
I can't speak on what you're trying to speak of because I ain't been there, I ain't reached that, or you know what I'm saying?
That's what he's trying to tell you.
You know what I'm saying?
He's
Like,
trying to open your eyes. I'm trying to get you.
no, I'm trying to get him to understand. If I'm not there, I'm not there.
But my job is to literally educate you to get you there.
He said he's not there.
That's what I'm saying. That's my job, to educate you to get you there, man.
I do. I take care of me. I'm coming from where I'm coming from.
Okay.
I believe I got strong faith. That's for sure.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
But faith in who?
When it comes to me and mine, that's between me and mine.
Okay. Do you believe in so-called Jesus Christ? I say so-called. His real name is Jesus Christ.
What's that name?
That name is Yahweh Shah.
Yahweh Shah.
I know all of that.
Okay, but if you know it, brother, then you have to act better and do the things the Bible
Apply.
says.
Apply.
I'm doing better. I go to school. I'm off of drugs.
No, I'm not
I got a
saying,
good wife.
brother, that's good.
That's my
good.
liver.
But brother,
That's my kidney.
More praise, more praise.
That's my kidney.
but brother,
Come on, man.
Come on, So I want to read something here because one of the things that our people don't quite realize is God has
They gotta
expectations, right?
There's people here that's not there but want to get there. Understand?
You know what I'm saying? It's not about competition with our people.
It's not.
And that's one thing that I try to stress to blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. Because, like I said earlier, our Mexican brothers took us in during slavery. And that's one thing that black people don't tell our Hispanic brothers enough. We don't tell them thank you.
Right.
Thank you for being there for us when the world turned their back on us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But this is Ecclesiastes chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man.
Right.
For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. So I know that brother's saying he's come a long way, he's doing better, and you know what? That's a good thing.
Right.
But here's the thing, you got to complete the race. The main point is to keep the commandments of the Most High God.
What's that word?
Keep the commandments. You got to maintain it, right? So one of the things that some of our people will go through in life, they'll go through hardship, they'll come out the other side and they think, well, I'm good enough. I've done enough. Not understanding the Most High God will put you right back where you were if you don't in fact get corrected, right? Because these how do I say this? These penalties, right? These are scourges for a minute, right? And the Most High God deals with Israelites like he deals with his own children, right? I wish that brother had stuck around because I wanted to tell him. The Most High God had to go through all those things so he can find out that he's from the tribe of Issachar. See, if you're so-called Mexican, you come from the tribe of Issachar in the Bible. Issachar literally means Messiah. That's why if you look at all these roads, these buildings, the Mexicans more than likely built everything here. They built everything and they cook all the food. Why? Because that's their gift. They're the hardest workers on the planet, right? And don't pay no attention to say no to her, because she ain't start singing till the Bible start coming out. See, a lot of people gonna learn the hard way. When they stomach touching their back, when ain't no food out here and they calling on God, God ain't gonna get off his throne to help them. Because you supposed to be keeping his commandments, right? But this is Hebrews chapter 12 and verse 5. And ye have forgotten the exhortation which speaketh unto you as unto children. My son, despise not thou the chastening of the Lord, nor faint when thou art rebuked of him. So you're not supposed to be fainting and growing weak when you're chastised of the Lord. And that chastisement can come in many ways. It can come in the form of poverty. It can come in the form of being in prison. It can come in the form of a cup having a knee on your neck. All of these things are scourges for a man. For whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. If ye endure chastening, God dealeth with you as with sons. For what son is he whom the Father chasteneth not? But if ye be without chastisement, whereof all are partakers, then are ye bastards and not sons. So the Most High God makes it apparent, right? If you're just living an easy life in a wicked kingdom, he don't love you. That's why the so-called white man can walk up and down these streets, raping, robbing, and murdering as he pleases. But yet, some way, somehow, justice never finds him. But that's because the Most High God don't love everybody. The Most High God loves his people, the Israelites. And here in the North American hemisphere, That would be blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. See, now everybody getting their panties in a bunch. But just a second ago, everybody was happy to attend Fiesta. They were happy to pay for that $40 parking. They're happy to pay their taxes to the white man. Meanwhile, they're going to clock in on a Monday and start this cycle of misery all over again. But see, this is what the Most High God has to say about your holidays. Because see, our people don't know. The Most High God don't look favorably upon all this. See, when you set aside the time to serve your enemies and do what they want you to do, the Most High God doesn't look upon that with gleefulness. Right? So we're going to go to the book of Amos. This is Amos, chapter 5 and verse 21. I despise your feast days, and I will not celebrate your solemn assemblies. So the Most High God is saying, I hate your holidays. I hate the things that you do to mimic your heathen oppressors. See, the Most High God has made it apparent why we're going through all these things, but blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians don't quite understand it yet. Right? So we're going to go ahead and keep in more of the scriptures. Because as people come and people go, this ain't a numbers game. Those who are meant to get this word and repent, they going to come get it. But the ones who ain't meant to get it, they going to come up with every excuse to ignore it. And that's to your own detriment. Because I don't know if y'all noticed them tornadoes that just blew through Iowa and Nebraska. See, while y'all are partying, people are literally picking their lives out of garbage heaps because tornadoes knock their houses down. See, the Most High God is making it readily apparent that judgment is upon America. But to those of y'all who won't learn, you're going to die right along with your oppressor. Right? We're going to go ahead and hit Jeremiah chapter 10. Right? Because our people don't quite understand yet that you're not supposed to be mimicking your oppressor. This is Jeremiah chapter 10 and verse 1. Hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. This word is for you, black, Hispanic, and Native American man. This word is for you. See, and I got a Hispanic elder putting his finger over his mouth as the judgment. Not understanding these the last days. This word is more important than it's ever been. Because how many people are telling you the white man's dollar is insulting? Who's telling you that? Who's telling you that the job you go to is about to be replaced by a damn robot? See, nobody's telling you these things. But all of these things are already underway. And most of you feel the squeeze every time you go to a grocery store. Every time you pay your utility bill. It goes up and up and up and never down. See, our people don't realize eventually you're going to be on the streets the same way you look at the homeless out here who are out here without a pot to piss in. You're going to be in the same club they in. Because the grinding is ceasing here in Babylon. Right? Verse 2, thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at it. So, we're not supposed to be dismayed at the signs of heaven. Remember that eclipse that happened about 2 weeks ago? Has a lot of these white folks shaking in their boots. Because a lot of prophetic things were happening during that eclipse. See, that eclipse also passed over a city named Nineveh. Nineveh was a city in the Bible, or a nation that got destroyed because they were enslaving and abusing God's children. So we're seeing all the signs from the Most High God that judgment is about to befall America. But most of our people can't be bothered, not understanding that there's going to be a day you're going to hear air raid sirens. It's going to be a wreck. You're going to have about 30 minutes to get right with God, and that's going to be all you do. And I got news for you. If you ain't keeping God's commandments, He ain't doing nothing for you. You're going to die here in America, hand in hand with your enemy. We're going to go ahead and go to Isaiah. Right? We're going to stay on the milk today because it's very important that our people understand. You don't got the time you think you got. You don't got the money in your pocket you think you got. Y'all hear about that bill where they said $9 billion over Israel, Ukraine, and other allies? What about you? Aren't you broke? How about your rent? Did you have to scrape together to change your couch cushions to pay your bills this month? So I have a question. How you paying that $40 parking over there for Fiesta? How y'all paying for all this entertainment when you ain't got no money? See, again, how many of y'all hedge your investments for tell our people that God left you a message from his servant Moses. He told his people, if they won't keep, or if you don't keep his commandments, you go suffer. This is Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken to the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. So if we're not keeping God's laws, you're going to have curses. Let's see what some of those curses are. Verse 16, curse shalt thou be in the city, and curse shalt thou be in the field. Last time I checked, if you were black, Hispanic, or Native Indian, and you make a mistake out here, a cop can kill you in cold blood and not be prosecuted for it. I wonder how that came to be, when the Mexican man on his own land was the mightiest man in the world. But some way, somehow, the white man came over here and put you in chains on your own land. How did that happen? There's another curse in Deuteronomy 28. I want you to hear, brother. This is verse 46. And they shall be upon thee for a sign, and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever, because thou servedest not the Lord thy God with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things. So because we refuse to keep God's commandments joyfully with thanksgiving, God sends your enemies to get knee deep in your ass. Verse 48, therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck, until he hath destroyed thee. How many of y'all, after the white man took those yokes of irons off your neck, wanted to stage an insurrection and free your people? Very few. You know why? Because you were destroyed. And it's not just the Hispanic man. The black man is the same exact way. No matter how many of our people they kill, we try to hug them and have them say sorry. Meanwhile, the white man ain't changed a damn bit. But we're still destroyed up here. That's why we keep doing the same things. Verse 50, a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor to the young. So what the Bible is saying is anybody can get it. The white man doesn't sit back saying, hey, are you too old to get this judgment? Are you too young? He kills indiscriminately. And you see that when he doesn't know not grade at night. He'll kick your door in and fire into a house full of children. And if he kills somebody, he'll cut you a check and keep it moving. What if I told you the Bible accounts for him being found not guilty? That's in the Bible too. See, I'm going to read these curses to you, brother. Because nobody in the church has ever told you why all this is happening. See, you have to ask yourself, black and Hispanic man, how is it that you're the fastest, the strongest, and the most resilient? And yet you're being lorded over by people who can't go out in the sun for 30 minutes. How is that possible? Be well, brother. I saw you listening. See, our people never stop and consider. How in the hell did these people take us over? You deprive them of sunscreen and they can't even go outside. Meanwhile, he's your ruler. You pay him taxes, right? So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go to Zechariah chapter 11, right? Because see, our people need to understand the Most High God told us how these things will go down. And our people just didn't take it to heart. We thought God was joking when he said he was going to send an enemy as swift as the eagle flies. An enemy who showed no deference to the young or the old. We thought God was king until the white man showed up and we died by the hundreds of millions. Then it became all too real as we buried our children. And we bury them today, not knowing why. This is Zechariah chapter 11 and verse 5. Whose possessors slay them and hold themselves not guilty. So let me get this straight. The real Israelites are in such harsh bondage that their possessors kill them and they're found not guilty in the court. I'm going to read it again, just in case somebody didn't hear it. This is Zechariah 11 and 5. Whose possessors slay them and hold themselves not guilty. And they that sell them say, blessed be the Lord, for I am rich, and their own shepherds pity them not. This is the prophet Zechariah letting us know that our oppressors would kill us and be found not guilty. And they would thank the Lord for being able to abuse us and live luxurious lives while doing so. See, I don't know about world. The entire world has built their society and their empire on your back. And the only thing that we're asking for is acknowledgement. When God tells us that we're better than acknowledgement, we're the kings and the priests ruling the earth. And this is to my camera. This is a message that should be preached in every school. This is a message that every Black, Hispanic, and Native Indian child in North and South America should hear. The reason why you are under the boot of your oppressor is because you are not keeping God's law. But the reality is your oppressors know that. That's why they put pork in your toothpaste. That's why they have you go to church on a Sunday and not keep the Sabbath properly. These are all things that the Most High God will punish you for. But just in case y'all didn't hear the message, I'm going to dumb it down a little bit so you'll be able to get that message, that you're special. This is Deuteronomy chapter 7 and verse 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. So God's chosen children are above everybody else. See, to you Mexican brothers, if you've ever been in a boxing gym, you know who the best boxers are. Your people. If you've ever been on a soccer field, you know who the best soccer players are. Your people. To my Black brothers, you know who the fastest and the strongest are. Our people. So why are we pretending like we're equally yoked with all of our oppressors when we know we're better than them? I'm going to read this one more time because our people don't want to admit God put us over these people. This is Deuteronomy 7 and 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The word holy means separate. Most of you know what holy means by practice. When you go home, you have a set of shoes that you put to the side because they're the shoes you prefer. That's setting something apart. That means it's holy unto you. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. So let me get this straight. God made you to be above all people, and yet we're spending our time trying to convince ourselves that we're all the same. Last time I checked, the white man loves bestiality. He loves to have sex with his dogs and with children. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians don't. Last time I checked, all the land that they occupy here is stolen land. You're not going around stealing land. Last time I checked, anytime I do business with my Hispanic brothers, it's face-to-face and it's fair. When has the white man ever honored a contract with you? When has he ever dealt fairly with you? Never. Why is that? Because the Bible calls him your enemy. See, again, if you go to church, this is a message you'll never hear. Because they'll tell you Jesus Christ loves everybody, when he doesn't love everybody as well. Christ said he was only sent for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So unless you're an Israelite, Jesus Christ don't like you very much. And see, I know some of y'all are thinking, well, damn, you thinking about putting the white man in slavery like he did you? You goddamn right I am, because it's in the Bible. The same book everybody says they believe in, but they never read. And I'm going to prove it. See, everything I say up here, I'm going to prove it. Unlike your Christian pastor, if you ask me questions, you'll find yourself sitting at the front of the church, in front of the doors as they shut your face. But see, the Hebrew Israelites, we welcome your questions because we're tired of suffering here in this kingdom. Right? Now, keep in mind, in the book of Revelations, Jesus Christ spoke quite a lot. I'm going to read you some of his words because it's important that the native Hispanic man understand the words of Christ. And not the words of your pastor who will lie to your face just to get some extra bucks. Right? This is Revelations chapter 13 and verse 9. If any man have an ear, let him hear. Hear these words, the words from Christ. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. So if you call yourself wanting anything less, you're not a saint. And these are the words of Christ. He's saying, he who leadeth into slavery must go into slavery. He who killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. See, it would behoove our people to start reading. See, the white man has written down a lot of the things that he did when he came to this land, especially Christopher Columbus. In Columbus's journals, he stated outrightly that when he came to this land, he never put his sword down once. But see, if you understood what that means that he never stopped shedding blood from the moment he showed up here in America. See, I love the look the white man gives you when you stand up and call him the devil that he is. I love it. As he walks on stolen land. How that sun treating you. You look 20 years older than you actually are. How's it treating you? Exactly. Like trash. See, these devils, they're used to being given respect when they don't deserve it. Bless you, brother. Be well. This is Revelations, chapter 2 and verse 26. And he that overcometh and keepeth my works unto the end, to him will I give power over the nations. And he shall rule them with a rod of iron. As the vessels of a potter shall they be broken to shivers, even as I received of my Father. These are the words of Christ, saying to his people who overcome and last into the end, they're going to be given authority. And they're going to rule with the rod of iron. The very same people who raped, robbed, and stole the land of God's people. Yes, I'm talking about white people. I know. Walking on stolen land, still killing the Israelites, you're going to pay for it. See, it's a shame. Most blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians are too busy trying to join hands with their oppressors, rather than wake up, and stand for their own people and their God. Because the Most High God only loves his people. He don't love everybody. Now I'm saying another bold statement. So how about we prove that? Right? See, these are the things that your pastor should be reading in the church. But more times than not, your pastor is too concerned with the lady sitting in the front row wearing the skin-tight dress. He's too concerned about filling up his collection plate. He's too concerned about the parking lot fund so he can build a bigger church. This is John, chapter 18 and verse 20. And Jesus answered him, I spake openly to the world. I ever taught in the synagogue and in the temple, whither the Jews always resort. And in secret I have said nothing. So Jesus Christ made it apparent that when he spoke his words, he spoke them to the Jews and no one else. And see, we're going to keep going through the New Testament with Christ's words, because it's very important that our people understand that God didn't send his son for everybody. Jesus Christ never said he loved everybody. He said he loved the world of Israel. See, most people don't even take the time to look up what words mean in the Bible. So when they read John 3 and 16, they become instantly disarmed. And they think Christ said he loved everybody when he said no such thing. See, it's funny, man. See, our people, they're willing to do anything but keep God's commandments. They're willing to do anything except for to try the one thing that they refuse to try. And that is try keeping God's laws. Try doing what the Most High God has called you to do. So I want to set the tone that Christ has enemies and people that he don't care for. And then I want to read who Christ actually is sent for. This is Luke, chapter 19 and verse 27. But those mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither and slay them before me. These are the words of Christ. Christ is literally saying, those who are his enemies, who would not bow down and be ruled over, bring them hither and slay them in front of him. So that tells you, Christ isn't for everybody. Christ don't love everybody. I'd love to see it in the Bible if he does. What? Matthew 21? Because see, we'll have people telling us Christ loves everybody all day. But see, I got photos over here that make your skin crawl. Black and Hispanic men being barbecued alive. You think Christ loves the people who did that to them? See, our people never stop and consider. The same way you had to live through slavery and Jim Crow, God had to watch you. And you think God loves the people who did that to you? No, he doesn't. Every man shall be saved. Of what nation? Of what nation? No. So how do you explain Obadiah 1 and 18 that says Esau will be destroyed? I know, never mind, because you don't know, and that's fine. If you don't know, at least have the audacity to learn. And that's the problem with our elders. Our elders always have a smart mouth and a clever quip, but nothing to teach. That's why your kids look like they look today. Remember back 40 years, I'm sure y'all can. Y'all look about in my age group, I'm 40. So y'all at least 50, 60. Remember back, it wasn't always like this. How did we come to this? Your enemies got to teach your children, and you women especially, you took a back seat while your enemies taught your children how to be transgender, how to be gay, how to stand up and emancipate themselves from the authority of their parents. You took a back seat. But you know what? I'm not going to fixate on those two very long because they can't prove anything with Scripture. And that's not a surprise because if they go to the same church that I went to growing up, I know they can't teach anything out of the Bible. Because the Bible teaches you that the so-called white man comes from the tribe of Edom and they are your enemies. So we're going to go to Luke 1 and 68. Because see, one of our elders just said that God is going to save everybody. See, again, the book that they say they believe in, they never read. And then we wonder why our people are destroyed the way that they are. This is Luke 1 and 68. Blessed be the Lord God of Israel, for he hath visited and redeemed his people, and hath raised up a horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David, as he spake by the mouth of his holy prophets, which have been since the world began, that we should be saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us. So we're supposed to be getting saved from our enemies and from the hand of all that hate us. How are we supposed to get saved if they're going to be saved right along with us? See, that's just food for thought. Because more times than not, blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, they never think anything through. Because if the white man is going into the same kingdom of heaven that you're going into, you best believe he's going to try to enslave you there as well. Just like he did here. Just like he did during the Roman times. Just like he did during the Grecian times. See, for those Israelites who don't know, the so-called white man has been enslaving you for hundreds of years. Dare I say millennia. And when he didn't have the authority to enslave you, he joined with your enemies who had you in slavery and ruled over you vicariously through them. See, I know I'm raining on some people's parade, and you know what? Good. See, our people ain't got nothing to celebrate. Out here paying triple prices for parking. Meanwhile, they can't scrape together enough money to get their brothers and sisters off the street who are homeless. So good. I'm glad I'm raining on your parade. Y'all got time for the Bible? A couple minutes? Just know if you're Native Hispanics, you're the people I'm talking to. Y'all are Israelites. Y'all are the people of God. The same stubborn and stiff-necked people who refuse to repent. You're the same people. See, our people don't even quite understand. The time for you to repent, that time is growing very short. It's growing very short. See, it's a shame, man. See, if somebody were telling me that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians were God's chosen, the Israelites, I'd at least ask that person to prove it. At least prove it. You're telling me God don't love everybody. Prove it. But see, I'm more than willing to prove it. But see, our people are never more than willing to listen. And that's been our entire history. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians going out of their way to not listen. Now, to those of y'all who are watching, you see on the camera, this whole row is full. But now it's nigh empty. Because once the word starts coming out, our people don't want to hear it. See, once you start preaching this word, our people all of a sudden they get shy. All of a sudden, they want to do things other than listen to the Bible. Anything will do. See, but our people don't realize the time is coming where you ain't gonna have nothing to do, and you're gonna be crying out to God, and God is not gonna do anything for you. So there's gonna come a time where you won't eat or drink if God ain't in your corner. There's going to come a time where you won't even have shelter to stay at unless God provides it for you. Because the true servants of God are going to be cast out. So that's going to be yet another way that the Most High God highlights who His chosen is. But let's keep going in the Spirit. Right? So we're going to get Matthew 10. But before that, I want to get Matthew 15, right? Because it's very important that those who call themselves Bible believers understand who God actually loves and who He sent His Son for. See, and that's why it's so important to show up to camp, man. All these people here, all these lost sheep. You got time for the Bible, brother? A couple minutes? You good? All right, brother. That's a shame, man. Right? But this is Matthew 15 and 24. But He answered and said, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. See, again, these are the words of Christ. These are the words of the man that the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ, whose name really is Yahushua HaMashiach. And He's saying directly that He was only sent for the Israelites. Now, that shouldn't be a new precedent to anybody if you called yourself reading the Old Testament. Because Yahushua was prophesied of in the Old Testament. Right? He was prophesied of in the Old Testament. And most of our people don't realize that His mission statement never changed. He was only sent for the Israelites. And that's it. This is Deuteronomy chapter 18 and verse 15. And the Lord thy God will raise up unto thee a prophet from the midst of thee, of thy brethren, like unto me. Unto him ye shall hearken, according to all that thou desirest of the Lord thy God in Horeb, in the day of the assembly, saying, let me not hear again the voice of the Lord my God, neither let me see this great fire any more, that I die not. And the Lord said unto me, they have well spoken that which they have spoken. I will raise them up a prophet from among their brethren, like unto thee, and will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak unto them all that I shall command. And it shall come to pass, that whosoever will not hearken unto my words, which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him. So this is God saying that whoever doesn't believe in my Son, when he comes from among your brethren to speak my words unto you, it's going to be required of you. And more times than not, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians are not willing to hear these words. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, and the scattered Israelite diaspora around the world, they turn their eyes and their ears away from the words of God, not understanding that is to their own destruction. Right? But we saw in Matthew 15:24 that Jesus Christ said he was only sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But we're going to keep on with this train of thought here. Because our people need to understand Christ was only sent for his children and no one else. Because even when Christ sent his disciples, he didn't send his disciples to everyone. He sent his disciples to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, in parallel and in tandem with his own mission to go to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. This is Matthew chapter 10 and verse 15. These 12 Jesus sent forth and commanded them, saying, go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not. So Jesus Christ told the apostles, right? He told them, hey, look, the ways of the Gentiles, the heathen, don't go into that. Don't preach this word unto them, because it's not for them. These 12 Jesus sent forth and commanded them, saying, Go not into the way of the Gentiles, and into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. There's that message again. Jesus Christ literally saying to go to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, meaning to preach this word only to the Israelites. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? If y'all are native Hispanics, just know y'all the Israelites. See, eventually it's not going to be, I don't have time. It's going to be, God, how come I can't eat? God, why don't you help me? See, our people don't realize if you don't keep the commandments, God ain't going to help you. See, as a matter of fact, I'm going to grab this real quick. We're going to stay on the same tangent. But see, our people have to understand that if you hate the Most High God, you're going to get exactly what you deserve. And that's death. This is Proverbs chapter 8 and verse 32. Now therefore hearken unto me, O ye children, for blessed are they that keep my ways. Last time I checked, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, we're on the bottom of the world, not just the bottom of America. A black man could go to Japan, and they have a word for nigger over there in Japan. The Mexican man can go over to places in China, and they got all types of racial epithets for you over there. Why is that? Because it's part of the curse. How you doing, sister? You got time for the Bible today? Is that yes, no? Yes? I have to ask where they straight from. Are you Mexican? Yes? What's your father? Well, is your father, your earthly father, is Mexican? If your father's Mexican, you're from the tribe of Issachar. You're exactly who I'm talking to. You would be an Israelite from the tribe of Issachar. Issachar in the Hebrew means he who is higher. Who are the hardest working people on the planet? You know the answer to that. Mexico. Hands down. And that's a special gift that the Most High God put in your people. Right? But I'm going to keep going with this, right? Please listen up, right? Verse 33. Hear instruction and be wise, and refuse it not. Blessed is the man that heareth me, watching daily at my gates, waiting at the post of my doors. For whoso findeth me, findeth life, and shall obtain favor of the Lord. But he that sinneth against me, wrongeth his own soul. All they that hate me, hate or love death. So the Most High God is saying, all those that hate him, all the Israelites who despise his laws, they love death. Because that's exactly what's coming to you for transgressing God's law. This is Proverbs chapter 8 and verse 17. I love them that love me, and those that seek me early shall find me. So the Most High God again is making it plain through his servant Solomon. Those who seek the Most High God early, who repent and keep his laws, you're going to be in good case when calamity strikes. But we're going to go to Baruch 4 and 1, right? Because we're going back to the New Testament. But I want to hammer this point home, because our people seem to think they have options out here. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians think they have options, not understanding you don't have no options out here. You're either going to get down with the program, or the Most High God going to get your ass up off this planet, meaning he going to kill you. See, and Israelites should know that's the truth, because one of the things we do very well is bury our children. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, that's all we do out here is die. And we find 1,000,001 ways to do it, not understanding that these are judgments from the Most High God. I gotta get it. I've turned to it. Gotta get it. This is Sirach, chapter 12 and verse 6. For the Most High God hated sinners. Wait, I thought God loved everybody. It says here, God hates sinners. Well, what is sin? Transgression of his law. So if you're breaking God's laws, he hates you. Ain't that something? For the Most High God hated sinners, and will repay vengeance unto the ungodly, and keepeth them against the mighty day of their punishment. So the Most High God holds the sinners of his people against the mighty day of their punishment. What day of punishment might be coming very soon? See, we hear on the news all the time how America's at war with all these different countries, and how they're nuclear capable countries. who are more than able to send their nuclear missiles over here. See, eventually America's enemies are going to get tired of talking. They're going to bomb the shit out of this place. And during that day, you're going to have a lot of people crying out to God. And they're going to die on their knees, praying to a God that they never obeyed when they were given the chance. But let's get to Baruch. Right? Be safe, sister. Jesus loves you too if you're an Israelite. Yeah, buddy. He loves his people and no one else. This is Baruch 4:1. This is the book of the commandments of God, and the law that endureth forever. All they that keep it shall come to life, but such as leave it shall die. See, this is a message that was never taught to you blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. That's why you die all the day long, and you don't understand why. But you're dying like dogs in the street because you refuse. How you doing, sister? You doing all right this week? All right. But our people refuse to reassume their position as the rightful children of God. And as a result, they suffer the slings of judgment that the Most High God has for them. I'm going to reread this for you. This is Baruch 4:1. This is the book of the commandments of God, and the law that endureth forever. All they that keep it shall come to life, but such as leave it shall die. Turn thee, O Jacob, and take heed of it. Walk in the presence of the light thereof, that thou mayest be illuminated. So we're supposed to be walking in the presence of the wisdom of God. We're supposed to be in these scriptures day and night, that we might be able to sufficiently repent and demonstrate unto God that we are in fact serious about our change in behavior. Because see, one thing that blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians have never quite come to understand is God knows the difference. When you tell God that you're sorry and you'll never do something again, God isn't trying to hear that. He's trying to see, what is your behavior going to be like? Have you in fact changed? Will you in fact repent? Time will tell. And see, our people don't realize God already knows time backwards and forwards. Right? So we see here that the Most High God ain't dealing with people who habitually break his laws. See, and I can't wait, man. There's going to come a day where you don't have to pay for $40 parking just to go to an area of the land that the white man stole. There's going to come a time where you don't have to look at your damn oppressors walking around on the land that they stole. It depends on who your father is, man. If your father's a Native Hispanic, thumbs up. But if not, I don't know, man.
I got some native.
Do you? Because every white man claims to. And it only counts if it's on your father's side. On your father's side or your mother's side? On your father's side, then you might be my people. If so, stay and listen to the Bible. See, our people don't realize, man, finding out you're an Israelite, that's the door. You got to learn what to do once you come to that door. And that is keeping the commandments of God. Right? Because that is what is commanded of you, not asked. See, people have it all wrong when it comes to their relationship with God. They think they're asking, or God is asking them, and they get to tell God what to do. They don't understand. God either, he's going to tell you what to do when you listen, or he tells you what to do when you disobey and you get destroyed. Make a choice. It's the same relationship you had with your parents. You didn't tell your parents what to do. You didn't tell your parents how to pay bills, how to behave. They told you how to behave. And if you didn't like it, you could get out their house. But see, last time I checked, we don't have another house to go to. So the way the Most High God sees it, if you don't want to do what I tell you, I'm going to kill your ass. And we'll hash it out when you get your judgment. Right? But we're going to go back to the New Testament. Actually, no, there's one more thing I wanted to read in the Old Testament. Right? We're going to go to Ecclesiastes 12. Seeing the end manifest right in front of our eyes. And most of our people have no idea what's happening around them. When they go into the grocery store and the prices are higher and higher every week. When they try to get a job and the time to get a job is getting longer and longer. It used to take 4 to 5 months to get a job. Now it's taking 8 to 12 months. Eventually there will be no jobs. So let's see why that is. This is Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 1. Remember now thy Creator in the days of thy youth, while the evil days come not, nor the years draw not, when thou shalt say, I have no pleasure in thee. So we're being told by Solomon to remember God and his commandments, to turn back and repent while we're given the opportunity to, while we're still young, before we've racked up a bunch of charges and have a judgment to inherit. Because you best believe God knows everything you're doing. And you might not pay for it today, but you will pay eventually. So why continue to rack up charges when you can repent now while you're young and able, right? Verse 2, while the sun and the light, and or the moon, or the stars be not dark, nor the clouds return after the rain, in the day when the keepers of the house shall tremble, and the strong men shall bow themselves, and the grinders cease. This is literally talking about there not being any jobs. I'm going to read it again, right? In the day when the keepers of the house shall tremble. Last time I checked, all the leaders of America are trembling because America's slowly falling to her knees. All of America's enemies are surrounding her round about, rattling their sabers. Saber rattling is a term when it comes to like drumming up war, right? Now North Korea is saying, hey, look, we want to bomb America. You got Russia saying, hey, y'all gonna force us to bomb you. China's saying, if y'all don't leave Taiwan alone, we gonna fight y'all and bomb y'all. All of America's enemies are making America afraid on every side. And the strong men shall bow themselves. The strong men in America are certainly bowing themselves. Some are bowing themselves out of fear of war and going to war to fight. Some are bowing themselves in very bizarre ways, putting up photos of themselves in drag. See, that's one thing a lot of the American soldiers are now doing because they repealed Don't Ask, Don't Tell. So now you could be a homosexual in the military. But what a lot of these men are doing is they're having the military pay for transgender operative surgeries. Yes. And guess what? The government pays for it. And they're using that as an excuse. Because last time I checked, a woman can't go to war, correct? But if you're a transgendered woman, that's how they're aiming to get out of going to war. But how is the American government trying to get out ahead of that? They're trying to make it now so that whether you're a man or a woman, you can go to war. You see? They're afraid. Because now they don't have the numbers, and their mighty men are trying to find ways to not fight. Right? And the grinders cease because they are few. So back in those days, you had to have people grinding flour, oats, barley, in order for people to have bread or food. You had to have fishermen. You had to have all types of people working to basically make a town or a city run. But now we're seeing that those grinders are starting to cease. They're starting to stop because there are no jobs. No one can pay enough anymore. And even when you get a pay raise, it's not enough money because things are too expensive. So now the jobs are starting to evaporate, right? Y'all got time for Bible today? All right, y'all say it. Because there are few, and those that look out of the windows be dark, and the doors shall be shut in the streets, when the sound of the grinder is low, and he shall rise up at the voice of the bird, and all the daughters of music shall be brought low. So this is literally saying America's going to be brought to a standstill. People are going to be working, no one's going to be rejoicing. See this Fiesta? This is probably the last year you're going to see it. Because there is no more money to go around. The jobs are now starting to evaporate. See, now these companies are starting to use computers, artificial intelligence, to replace all these jobs. So I asked the question earlier when there were more people here. Most of you paid for this parking that's $30, $40, $50, but yet you could barely afford your rent. You were reaching into deep into your pocket to find a nickel or a quarter to finish paying for your groceries, but yet you thought it appropriate to come pay for this. Why? When you don't have enough. But see, God is literally telling you through his prophets, there's going to come a day where you're going to have nothing at all. And your investments today make a difference for what comes tomorrow. How you doing, brother? What's up? I get you, man.
Be here, bro. That shit is like awful.
Well, you want to get one scripture before you go? You got that time? All right. Which one?
Give me Revelation.
You talking about 18? This is Revelations, chapter 18 and verse 21.
Bring it up.
And a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone and cast it into the sea, saying, Thus with violence,
What?
thus with violence,
That's for what?
thus with violence,
That's for what?
thus with violence shall the great city of Babylon be thrown down, and shall be found no more at all.
That's what I want to come in with and leave with. I'm pissed. Bro.
You good?
I might be late, man. But I want to be here. I'm not.
Can you
I ain't
elaborate
trying
on
to
that
take no
verse?
days off. You feel me?
Can you elaborate on that verse?
I'll go in on it because he's got to get to work.
Because whole point is this place gotta go.
You guys doing all right?
You got time for the Bible?
Alright,
You doing great? You got time for the Bible? Well, we're reading
Bible.
the Bible in general, but we're trying to let blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians know that the Israelites of the Bible.
Yeah. Well, I feel like everybody's
No,
That's
no,
not
everybody's not.
I got you. Man.
You don't want to see the difference.
Hey, you know salvation's
Man, I
only
love
for
you
the
guys.
Israelites,
I
right?
love you guys.
All right, man.
No, you don't.
Right on.
You don't love us,
Yeah,
brother.
if you love us, you would stay and listen and get corrected, bro.
If you loved us, you would stay and talk.
That too.
You know what I'm saying? If he, hey, maybe we got it wrong. He would stay and
Can I support
convert
you
us.
guys? Or can I support you guys and just say, way to go, man? No. Fuck what you believe in, man.
That's nice.
The
bro.
most, the Most High God is not gonna accept the way to go.
Yeah, or thumbs
not
up,
gonna do that.
black power fist. Most High don't give a damn about
What's
all
that
that.
script you want to bring out? It's Jeremiah when they sit them outside, he's gonna tell them to find their dumb idols.
Oh, you talking about Judges 10? Yeah. I'm gonna get that verse for you. Though. I ain't forgot to.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
The
got
whole
you.
point of that scripture I brought out is this place gotta go down with violence.
That's
There
right.
ain't no pieces and hugs. Christ ain't coming back to hug and give people roses. You ain't hear the white man with stringy blonde hair, dog hair. He's a dark, melanated Israelite, a so-called black man.
That's right.
When he comes back with them legions of angels, are you wicked of our people? Are you devils? Are you collaborators and sympathizers? Gotta go.
That's right.
Simple as that.
I got you. This is Judges, chapter 10 and verse 13. Yet ye have forsaken me and served other gods. Wherefore I will deliver you no more. Go and cry unto the gods which ye have chosen.
Go do what?
Cry unto the other gods which ye have chosen.
Go do what?
Cry unto the other gods which ye have chosen.
Jesus loves everybody.
Cry unto the other gods which ye have chosen.
I think everybody's an Israelite.
Cry unto the other gods which ye have chosen.
Yeah.
Let them deliver you in the time of your tribulation.
Fuck all that shit.
Calm.
Call Allah Yahweh Bahashim Yahweh Shai Waffle Apple Ball, man. Straight like that.
Be like that, brother.
I'm pissed, bro.
Hey, man. If you want to come back out here, let me know tomorrow.
I'm tomorrow. I gotta work on our homework, our project. Did you finish yours?
Yeah. I stayed up last night. I was up till like, what, 5 in the morning doing that shit.
Yeah, man. We gotta talk though. 'Cause they told me already the next Saturday. They laid it out like I'm gonna be working like.
Damn. You want to do another day?
Saturdays.
We could do half Saturday, and then we'll do another day too.
Yeah, what I do because they're supposed to show me my schedule. I'm gonna talk to them and see if I can get a picture of it or something.
Okay. Just let me know.
Yeah.
All right, Shalom, brother.
Shalom.
You know what I'm saying? See, even if you can only tap in with Cam, tap in with Cam. You know what I'm saying? God is asking for what you can give. Our people, some of our people just don't realize, man, when Yahushua come back, bro, he gonna be looking at you like, so what you do? The last thing you want is the Messiah to look at you and go, who are you? Can you imagine you about to die and you looking for him to save you, and he like, I don't know who you are. Who are you? You got time for the Bible, brother? A couple minutes? You can talk to me for a few minutes, brother. Come on, bro. How you doing, bro? You read the Bible at all? Okay, what tribe you come from in the Bible? What tribe you come from in the Bible? Is your father a Negro? A black man? Okay, from America? Yeah, okay. You from the tribe of Judah, man. You're from the same tribe Christ came from. champion got crucified. Why are you saying that? I want you to realize that King James had this Bible commissioned from the ancient documents. Like, okay, but King James was a black man. See, he's a black man. I know. That's because we're the real Jews. Okay, brother, you saying what I'm saying. You just saying it in a different way. I'm trying to tell blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, we're the real Israelites. Okay, so brother, I have a question for you. What method would you choose when the people won't even come talk to you? Exactly. So do I. I'm an IT nerd. Of course, of course. Okay. That's true. I'm just loud, brother, because there's a lot of people to talk to. Yeah. So I have a question. As an Israelite, what should you be doing? Can I read that one thing to you before you go? Brother, you really trying to run off on the plug, man? Brother, just one, brother. Come on, just one. I am, and it's only been about a minute. I haven't been able to talk. You've been talking most of the time. Brother, I'm gonna tell you, man, if you believe in this Bible, when your Messiah comes, he's gonna tell you your 2 minutes has elapsed. You're gonna die here in America. Brother, if you're gonna leave, go ahead and go, man. I ain't gonna play that game with you. You have a good one, brother. It ain't purgatory because it's in the book of Job. It's not. See, and again, our people, they play these mind games not understanding. All that's in the Bible. See, we don't have to put up with that bullshit when the knowledge is in the Bible. See, Jake is too smart for his own good, but when his ass is laid up in the hospital, talking about God, why? All of a sudden, it becomes all the more real why you should keep God's laws. Now, I was going to read to the brother, hopefully he can still hear me, right? This is Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. That's what that brother's supposed to be doing. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. That's what you're supposed to be doing. But you heard what he's saying, talking about, oh, are you a man of your word? 2 minutes? Like, brother, you spoke the whole time. See, our people don't realize, man, when it's judgment day, ain't gonna be no more talking. Ain't gonna be no more servants of the Most High God out here to tell you how to get right, to tell you to turn your feet back to God. Them days are gonna be over. It's only gonna be judgment. And I'm gonna read Ezekiel 9 again, because I think some of my viewers need to see this. Because I still got people on my comment board on my videos talking shit, talking about, man, you camps, y'all be judging people. Well, how am I supposed to tell my people to repent if I can't tell them what they're doing wrong? See, when I asked that brother, how would you do it? He's like, well, I would do what you're doing. It's like, okay, so why are we wasting time talking about this then? Why you even bring it up? When you know I'm trying to give you something that's critical, since you say you only got 2 minutes. But I want to explain that verse that he brought out in Revelations 18, right? Because when it talks about Babylon being destroyed with great violence, that's indicative of how America is going to be destroyed very quickly, right? So I'm going to read it again for you. This is Revelation, chapter 18 and verse 21. And a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone and cast it into the sea. So what you have is you have an angel taking up a great boulder, right? Boulder that probably weighed tens of thousands of tons. And he threw it into the sea, right? And it probably made a great tumble. A lot of water, a lot of splashing. You know, if you saw it as a man, you'd be greatly afraid to see a being with that much power, right? And as he threw it, saying, thus with violence shall the great city of Babylon be thrown down, and shall be found no more at all. See, this place is going to be destroyed in less than an hour, because it's going to be destroyed by thermonuclear missiles, remember? So if America is going to be destroyed very quickly with nuclear missiles, That's like an angel taking up a great millstone and throwing it into the sea. One moment you see the big old rock, the next moment the rock is gone. As if it had never been. But you know where it's at. It's at the bottom of the sea. You see? And that's what's going to happen to America. America's going to be a smoldering pit. That's going to, afar off, you're going to see the smoke of America's burning. Right? So you remember those forest fires that were in South America a number of years ago? There was so much smoke coming from those forest fires, it was riding the jet stream all around the planet. So people in other countries across the ocean were smelling smoke. See, people don't realize this whole planet is connected. All the air, the way the wind blows here, that wind has to go somewhere. It doesn't just go somewhere and stop. So it flows around the whole planet. When you had the Fukushima disaster, where they had those nuclear reactors melt down after that earthquake that struck Japan, all the nuclear fallout, or basically the irradiated water, they were pouring water on those rods as they melted down to keep them cool, right? All that irradiated water, they were draining it out, putting it in containers, and then dumping it in the ocean. So the coast of Japan, the way the water current works, it goes from Japan all the way over to California. So that irradiated water came to the shores of America. See, this whole planet is one ecosystem. So when America is destroyed, the smoke of her burning is going to be in the other nations. And they're going to weep for America. Because think about it, America's the #1 buyer of goods on the planet. Whether it be cars, planes, bombs, metal, steel, food, America will print money to buy these things. But without America, how do you buy all these things? Who's going to be the buyer? Think about it. If I were a so-called drug dealer and I was moving 3 pounds of something every week, and all of a sudden my #1 buyer dies, now I might be only moving half a pound a week because he was buying the other 2.5 pounds. So now I got to go out and find new clients. And I'm going to be like, damn, man, I miss old boy who used to buy all my stuff because now my pocket's hurting. That's what's going to happen to the rest of the nations. That's why after America's destroyed, they're going to look at us, the Israelites, right, back in our nation, and they're going to be like, well, shit, since we broke now, we need to find a way to make some money. What's a surefire way to make money for free? Slavery. Don't worry, I'm going to read it. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes?
Very much, sir. Thanks.
The Bible says God dwelt not temporarily in the hands while it did. There you go. See, again, our people think they read the Bible, never crack the cover of it. But they'll warm up a pew and fill up a damn collection plate, but they won't listen to God at all. That's why when you cry out to God, when somebody's in the hospital, God laughs at you. He literally laughs. I'm going to prove that. I'm going to go to Ezekiel 38, because that's going to talk about what I was talking about earlier. But I'm going to show that when you disregard God's laws and you don't listen, he laughs at you. When calamity finally befalls you, you cry out to him. How you doing, brother? You got time for the Bible today?
Good.
All right, man. Have a good one. Can you take a flight?
I'm good.
Man, that's free. All right, man.
Everything free.
Well,
Everything free.
not this early. Everything used to be free before the white man came over here and destroyed everything. Everything sure was free. And God sent him over here because you thought your life was free and it wasn't. Because God even says to himself, you were bought with a price. See, had God not have liberated us from Egypt, we'd still be in slavery to the Egyptians. We were bought with a price. See, you notice people think they got time. America's almost done. See, the one thing that they don't want to admit is that America ain't got nothing left. See, one of the things that they're doing now is they're sending another $90 billion over to their allies. America's obligations and debt have grown to over $170 trillion. Their global obligations, not just their debt. Their debt is $34 trillion, but their obligations are $170 trillion. America is insolvent. And what that means for America in terms of her economy is all of her enemies are going to stop trading in dollars. Because that's the one power card that America has. When you do business in China, you would have to use my currency. If you do business in Russia, you would have to use the dollar. But now all these countries are using their own currencies. at you when you don't listen and you call upon them. Right? So this is going to be Proverbs 1:22. How long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity? And the scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge. Turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit unto you. I will make known my words unto you. You got time for the Bible, brother? A couple minutes? That's a shame, man. Again, I keep saying it. That's why our people couldn't get out of slavery. You would wonder, how the hell were the ratios on the plantation 50-1? 50 slaves to one white man. Well, if your brother won't even look at you, and he's got his head in the white man's ass, how are you supposed to get out of slavery? How are you supposed to liberate your women and children when your men love the white man more than they love their own lives? It's impossible. See, you're seeing it up close with your own eyes. Our people won't even look at us when we preach in this Bible. And we're trying to tell them that they're the kings walking the earth. But instead, he'd rather latch himself onto a flea-infested white man. See, and on that, he turned to look at me because I insulted his lover and his snuggle buddy. See, that's how our people get down. Not understanding that that white man's about to fall back on his old ways. You read that book, The Delectable Negro? You read it. You know the white man has no hesitation in eating. See, but most of our people don't know that. They think the white man is just like anybody else. Not understanding he's literally a caveman. Literally. It's in his racial name, Caucasian, meaning cave dweller. He tells you up front. It's just our people, they never stop and think about it. But this is Proverbs 1:22. How long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity? And scorners delight in their scorning, and fools hate knowledge. Turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit unto you. I will make known my words unto you. So the Most High God is saying, I will make known my words unto you. How's he doing that? Right here. Men like me all around the world, not just right here. See, we're standing on all these corners. You got Israelites in Luxembourg, Germany, standing up doing this. Because there are plenty of black people in Germany. They don't tell you about them. You know why? Because once upon a time, all of Germany had people who looked like me and you. They don't want you to know that we ruled over there just like we ruled in Scotland, Ireland, France, Spain, Portugal, whole world. That's why they don't pan them cameras around too much. Because you might catch a couple of niggas walking by. You see? Because I have called and you refused. I have stretched out my hand and no man regarded. So we over here stretching out the hand of the Most High God through preaching his word, and they don't even regard us. They won't look at us. They won't talk to us. So let's see how God feels about that. But ye have said it not all my counsel, and with none of my reproof. I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear cometh. So God is saying, hey, look, you was all big and bold when you got to say, no, man, I got stuff to do. But now that you need me all of a sudden, I expect you to stop on a dime and come help me. See, our people have that attitude toward the Most High. Not understanding the Most High is like, look, you had your chance. Now it's time to suffer. Your parents were no different. I've told you this before. Your parents were the exact same way. I told you not to go down there and mess with them people. I told you not to get involved with that. And now look at you. Calling me from the jail cell down at the county, talking about, mama, come help me. They looking at me like I'm a real juicy steak. Your mama like, hey, get comfortable, man. I hope you took some MMA classes because you're going to be fighting wild. It is what it is. That's how God views it. I tried to help you. I sent people to you. And you told them I had a dude tell me to kiss his ass and suck his dick. He was probably twice my age. And that's my elder. And he was trying to catch up to his fucking white woman. So what you think God gonna do when all the calamity come here to America and you crying out to God for help? Not a damn thing. That's what's gonna happen. So you gotta understand, you're gonna pay for the decisions that you make. When you disrespect God's prophets, as a matter of fact, I'm going to get that. It's in Zechariah. When you disrespect God's children, it's like you're disrespecting God himself. See, our people don't realize the authority that his prophets have. That's why all throughout history, our people have willingly killed the prophets. What they do to Yahushua? They killed him. You think Yahushua ain't mad about that? To the people who ain't repented? He hung on the cross. He suffered all those afflictions. See, people think Christ just got hung on the cross and that was it. He hung on the cross, died, and got stabbed in the side. That's not all that happened. During Yahushua's life, he didn't get a chance to live his own life. He dedicated his life to the ministry, going about healing his people, taking pity on those who didn't have pity on themselves. And then when he was caught up with the Romans, they beat him, they spit on him, they put a crown of thorns on him, and they mocked him. And then they made him carry a cross. See, people don't realize how bitter that is. That's why Christ prayed to God 3 times to take the cup from his lips. Because it was bitter to go through that. But he still went through it. So what do you think is going to happen when he comes the second time? And our people are still immersed in their sins. And it's judgment time. You think he's going to be like, hey, you know what? I'm going to give him an extra 30 minutes. I'm going to let him get it right. No. It's going to be judgment time. It's going to be on like Donkey Kong, like old folks say. You see what I'm saying? He going to get it cracking. See, our people don't realize, man. This is Isaiah, chapter 49, 59, and verse 18. According to their deeds, accordingly, he will repay fury to his adversaries, recompense to his enemies, and to the idols. He will repay recompense. So the Most High God is literally saying, to his enemies, he gonna pay them back. He gonna pay them back according to their ways. So if you're spiteful and disrespectful, you're gonna get paid back the same way. There was an incident that just happened where essentially a woman was kidnapped by a man and his girlfriend, and I think another younger woman helped him. It was a white man with a sister, right? They kidnapped the girl, and he spent about 2 days strangling her off and on, torturing the girl, and raping her. Now, can you imagine what she did in a previous life to deserve such a judgment? Think about how proud our people are. How they tell God to kiss their ass. Now she in some white man basement getting choked to death. And out the corner of her eye, she see her own sister standing there watching her. But not doing nothing to save her. Think about that. And even if you live, think about how fucked up you're going to be in the mind for the rest of your life. And you think when that was happening to her, she didn't go, God, where are you? Help me. I'm sure she did. But guess what? Her judgment was to go through that. You got to understand, man, God ain't playing with nobody. I said this when I first came out here. You got time for Bible, brother? A couple minutes?
Oh, good. I had to go to work. Sorry.
All right, man. I'll say it. Christ going to say the same thing. I got a job to do. I ain't got time. You see? Anything is worth more than the Bible to our people. Anything. But if I was a big booty OnlyFans girl up here, he'd set aside a few minutes. He'd make it happen. He'd be like, hey, man, I got to at least shoot my shot. You know that to be true. That's how black men get down. We'll be late for damn funerals trying to get some damn cheeks. You know it. You know it. But when it comes to the word of God, we got an excuse. Right? See, that's why we keep trying to tell our people, according to their deeds, accordingly, he will repay. That's Isaiah 59 and 18. Right? God is literally saying, I'm going to pay you back according to your works. But I'm going to go to Jeremiah 44. Right? This is swiftly becoming one of my favorite scriptures. Because the Most High God literally is lamenting that he has sent prophets that directly tell his people what he hates. And yet we insist on doing the very same thing God tells us not to do. This is Jeremiah, chapter 44 and verse 2. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, ye have seen all the evil that I have brought upon Jerusalem and upon all the cities of Judah. And behold, this day They are a desolation, and no man dwelleth therein. So here through the prophet Jeremiah, you have God saying, hey, you saw what I did to y'all. You know firsthand how I fucked y'all up. I'm going to say it the way it is. God is literally saying, you know what I did to you. You see the enemies I sent upon you, and they put you in slavery. Are you ready to listen now? No, right? Verse 3, because of their wickedness, which they have committed, to provoke me to anger, in that they went to burn incense, and to serve other gods, whom they knew not, neither they, you, nor your fathers. Howbeit I said unto you, all my servants the prophets, rising early and sending them, saying, oh, do not this abominable thing that I hate. So the Most High God sent prophets, and in our mouths we're telling you, the Israelites, to stop doing the things that God hates. Stop committing abominations that God looks upon and goes, damn, I hate that. So we're trying to tell our people what God finds acceptable and favorable, and our people are not trying to hear it. Verse 4, howbeit I said unto you, all my servants the prophets, rising early and sending them, saying, oh, do not this abominable thing that I hate. But they hearken not, nor incline their ear to turn from their wickedness, to burn no incense unto other gods. Wherefore my fury and my anger was poured forth, and was kindled in the cities of Judah, and in the streets of Jerusalem, and they are wasted and desolate, as at this day. So because we refuse to do what God told us to do, he jacked us up then, and because we haven't learned, we're jacked up today. You see the cycle, and we never learn. It's crazy. We never learn. Despite burying our kids, we never learn. We're fixated on all the things that don't make a difference. But like I said, let an emergency happen. All of a sudden, God, where are you? Where you at, God? God's right next to you, watching you go through it. Hoping that at the end of it, you'll go, you know what? I repent. I'm sorry. And be serious about it. But with that being said, what should we be doing now? Right? It is the last days. What should we be doing? Keeping his commandments. That's a good answer. Right? We're going to go into the actual lesson now. Oh, man. See, people don't even realize it's supposed to storm really bad today. Again, it's going to be every other day now. See, the judgment's ramping up. Just yesterday, they had tornadoes go through Iowa and Nebraska. People are literally picking their lives out of garbage piles right now. See, the people here don't understand what's going on. Because, see, the weather patterns here are a little different. The thing that strikes San Antonio, I'll hit that picture. But they don't understand that famine and likely heat is going to be the thing that befalls San Antonio. Can you imagine going outside, it's 130 degrees? You can. You just don't want to. Now I'm in the same boat. I used to live in Arizona. I know what 131 degree day feels like. It feels like hell on earth. For real. Now, I'm not even using hyperbolic speech. It feels like hell on earth. I can put food on a plate, set it outside, it'll cook itself. Dead serious. Put it in the sun, it'll cook. For real. That's how hot that is. This summer, they're saying it's going to be hotter than it's ever been. And the next summer is going to be hotter than that. And the next summer is going to be hotter than that. It's only going to get worse to the price of it. These are the times of judgment. And you notice God is squeezing this place. It's getting to the point where the average person can't afford a full fridge anymore. They can't afford to fill their tank up. So now they fill it halfway. And they still bullshit. They still tell God, I'll get to it when I can get to it. Meanwhile, God is like, yeah, bet that. But now you can't go around the block like you used to. You can't go to house parties like you used to. See, the Most High God is seeing to it that the mirth is taken out of here. The joy and the goodwill, all that shit gone. Right? But, let's go ahead and get this. It's water system. So we're going to go to Joel 2:27 through 32. Right? I'm going to check on that real quick. in verse 27, or 22. Stop. Be not afraid, ye beasts of the field, for the pastures of the wilderness do spring, for the tree beareth their fruit, the fig tree and the vine do yield their strength. Be glad then, ye children of Zion, and rejoice in the Lord your God, for he hath given you the former rain moderately, and he will cause them to come down for you the rain, the former rain, and the latter rain in the first month. And the floor shall be full of wheat, and the vats shall overflow with wine and oil. So this is talking about the Most High God restoring back unto us all that has been taken from us. See, the righteous of our people, it might seem like we don't have anything. And you'll notice, the more righteous somebody is, the lower they are in this world. They can't move up at the job. They can't get a lot of money in their pocket. They have to lead a very modest life because this wicked kingdom is here. See, Job 9:24 says the earth is given into the hand of the wicked. So if this earth is given into the hand of the wicked, they're not going to want goodly people in high places. Why? Because you're going to be trying to do goodly things. You're going to be trying to put people in their place and stop wickedness from occurring. Right? So what I'm reading at Joel here, this is talking about the Most High God restoring unto us, the righteous, everything that was lost. Right? Verse 25. And I will restore to you the years that the locust hath eaten, and the cankerworm, and the caterpillar, and the palmer worm, my great army which I sent among you. Now you have to remember, right? Our crops were not eaten by these literal bugs. When we were in slavery, who was eating all of our food? Who was taking all of the food that we grew out the ground? White man. And all his friends, all his allies, right? So they would be the cankerworm, the caterpillar, the palmer worm. These parasites, in other words, right? These pests. And ye shall eat in plenty and be satisfied, and praise the name of the Lord your God, that hath dealt wondrously with you, and my people shall never be ashamed. And ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord your God, and none else. And my people shall never be ashamed. And it shall come to pass after that I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, and your old men shall dream dreams, and your young men shall see visions. So this is one of the signs of the end. People are having visions. They're having dreams. I had a dream the other night that I was surrounded by Chinese men with guns. I don't even know more than 2 Chinese niggas, man. What am I doing having dreams about Chinese men having guns trained on me when they have no reason to do so? But they would if they invaded America, wouldn't they? Yeah. Right? And there are many people saying that they're having dreams of the end. You have people having dreams of being taken up on spaceships, and they don't understand why. See, the Most High God is having it so that no one has an excuse. Israelite or heathen alike. Everyone is being put up on game. That it's the end. It's over. Right? Verse 29. And also upon the servants, and upon the handmaids, in those days will I pour out my spirit, and I will show wonders in the heavens and in the earth, blood and fire, and pillars of smoke. The sun shall be turned into darkness. Didn't that just happen a couple of weeks ago? The sun was turned into darkness. It's called a solar eclipse, right? And the moon into blood. Didn't that just happen a couple of months ago? We had a red moon. See, all these things are happening. They're called blood moons. Now the white man is trying to give them other titles, like strawberry moons, all types of harvest moons, but they'll be as red as blood. See, the Most High God is saying those things that you see in the heavens, those are signs telling you that the times are changing. The rulership on the earth is in fact changing. The sun shall be turned into darkness, and the moon into blood, before the great and terrible day of the Lord come. And it shall come to pass that whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be delivered. For in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem shall be deliverance, as the Lord had said, and in the remnant whom the Lord shall call. Notice it says that whosoever call upon the Lord shall be saved. But then it makes the designation that in Mount Zion shall be found deliverance. And then it further makes a specification of the remnant of Zion. Because 2/3 of our people aren't going to make it. 2/3 of our people are not going to repent. Right? And that's in Zechariah 13. Right? But we're going to go ahead and move on. We're going to move on to the words of Christ. How you doing, brother? Got time for the Bible?
I'm on time crunch, sorry.
Okay, well, if y'all come back, come see me, all right? So we're going to go to Matthew 24 because Yahushua spoke about these things at length, right? This is Matthew chapter 24 and verse 12. And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. Remember I told you about that girl getting choked? See, the love of many is waxing cold, right? There was a sister who got with another white man. They found her body in pieces. She was 19. The white man was about 29. What's a 19-year-old sister doing with a 29-year-old white man? But then when you find out he was rich, it all falls into place. She was trying to get a bag, chasing the money. And Esau killed her and cut her in pieces. Now, since he's rich, hey, ain't got nothing to do with me, man. Right? But we see the love of many waxing cold. Right? We see people, they'll be out in public, they'll just pull out a gun and start shooting. See, mass shootings are up. See, and that makes me wonder all the more why people bring their kids out to this stuff. Because if somebody go crazy and they start cutting people with a knife or they start shooting, all of a sudden you start thinking, well, why did I bring my kids out here? See, then you start to reflect and start questioning why you're doing these types of things when it's too late. Right? Verse 13, but he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved. So to the Israelites who endure unto the end, who keep the commandments until Yahushua returns, those are the ones who are going to be counted righteous. Righteous enough to be saved. Right? But we're going to go down to verse 21 because it's a very important message that Yahushua left us. Right? Because the times that we live in are so dangerous that if the Most High God didn't shorten the days, because you probably noticed that time seems to be going a lot faster. You wake up in the morning, by the time you get done getting dressed, you're like, damn, it's afternoon. You get one meal in, it's 7 p.m. You're like, damn, where did they go? This is Matthew 24 and 21. For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not before or since the beginning of the world, to this time. No, nor ever shall be. And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. So Yahushua is literally saying that if the Most High God didn't shorten the days, no flesh would be saved. Because think about it. When you look up at the sky, don't you see planes flying around spraying the sky all day long? You see those weird patterns in the sky? They're like lines. They look like a checkerboard sometimes. That's the white man flying around doing something called geoengineering. They're trying to block the sun from shining on the planet because they're talking about global warming. So you got to remember, there's a group of people on the planet who can accommodate like sun exposure. And if the sun exposure is increasing, in order for them to save their own skin, they're going to try to block out the sun. Now, in those little chemtrails that they spray, you have poisonous chemicals like barium, and you have poisonous neurotoxins like aluminum being sprayed. That's why everybody's coughing. You notice everybody has allergies. They're not allergic to any plants, because if they were, where's all the pollen? That's one thing people don't think about. Your car has pollen on it. You remember you'll go around and see all the yellow and stuff on cars? And even when that's the case, most people aren't coughing. They're coughing because of all the shit that Esau sprayed in the air or putting in the water. People are having allergic reactions to those things because their bodies are being poisoned. Right? So the Most High God is literally saving us from being completely wiped out. Right? So, with that being said, we now know some of the dangerous times that we're living in. Let's move on with the lesson. So we're going to go ahead and go to Deuteronomy 30 and 1 through 7. Alright? Because see, we have to understand that the Most High God already knew that we were going to go off, right? I told you before that, you know, the evil that was in Adam to go off was put there by the Most High in the beginning. And how much more evil has come upon the earth since then, right? So the Most High God knew that we were going to fall off. Y'all got time for the Bible? A couple minutes? Thou sayest. I keep saying it though. When we pray to God, we hope God come quick, fast, and hurry. But when it comes to hearing His word, no time. But anyway, this is Deuteronomy 30:1. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee. See, this is one way that we know that we're at the end. Because what it's saying here in Deuteronomy through Moses, right, is that when the curses have come upon the Israelites, after we've been scattered, after we've been discontinued from our heritage, after we've forgotten who we were, we're going to remember who we are, and we're going to come back to God, and we're going to seek Him in spirit and in truth. But to those who don't have that remembrance, they're going to pay for it, right? But verse 2, and shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey His voice according to all that I command thee this day, thou and thy children, with all their heart, and with all thy soul, that then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity. When it says the Most High God will turn our captivity, that's an old English phraseology of saying He will end our slavery. See, when we remember who we are and turn back and keep the commandments, then the Most High God will get the white man off our back. He'll allow us to be a nation again, right? That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity and have compassion upon thee. It will return and gather thee from all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath scattered us, or scattered thee. If any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will He fetch thee. So the Most High God is literally saying, when you turn back, I'll come get y'all. Did you ever have an issue with your parents, right? Where, y'all are having an argument, and you a teenager, you rebelling or whatever, and, your parents drop you off somewhere and go, when you come back to your senses, I'll come back and get you. That's what God said to us. When you repent, you back in your right mind, I'll be back and I'll come get you. Not any time before. Now, can you imagine? You got two brothers and sisters, they ain't done a damn thing wrong, but you cutting up, and they sitting there on the side of the road with you going, damn, why don't you just act right? Why don't you just say you sorry so we can go home? You know that's happening if you got brothers and sisters. Man, stop tripping so we can get what we was going to get. Why you acting a fool? It's Christmas. You're back when you were celebrating Christmas. I remember sometimes my parents were like, y'all can't open a damn thing until y'all clean this room up. And my brother's still trying to act stupid. I ain't clean your shit. And I'm sitting there going, well, nigga, like, we ain't going to be able to open our shit then. Go ahead and get up and clean up so we can at least open the gift. Now that's in wickedness. You know what I'm saying? Our people get motivated for gain and wickedness. How much more to escape slavery? Because God is literally saying, until y'all act right, I'm not coming to get y'all. So me and you are trying our best to keep the commandments, but you see our people still want to be niggas, still want to be thoughts, still want to go work for the white man, still want to live their life like they don't have a living God expecting things of them. That's why you have to put in perspective the times we live in. This is the end. We're at the very end. But the end is not yet until we get our act right. And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and He will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers. And the Lord thy God will circumcise thine heart, and the heart of thy seed, to love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, that thou mayest live. And the Lord thy God will put all these curses upon thine enemies, and on them that hate, which persecuted thee. So not only is God going to come get us if we get our act together, He's going to take all these curses that are upon us. Curses like not being able to have businesses in the city, being cursed in the field to pick cotton for our enemies, pick fruit, raise their livestock, work the land for their benefit. He's going to turn it around, and we're going to rule over them. And He's going to put those same curses that were upon us on them. See, that's why I keep trying to tell our people, I'm ready to be a king on the earth. I'm tired of just being a nigga. that a white man will look at with disgust when he walked by. When I know that he couldn't even stand out in the sun with me for 30 minutes. He's half the man that I am. And I know you tired of seeing the white woman walking around here like her shit don't stink. When she ain't half the woman you are. But how we gonna get up out of here if majority of our people, hey, what's up, Bob? Mom, I didn't even recognize you, man. Hey, come over here on this side. Damn, man, you got soul glow shoes on. I like that. Trying to get attention from my people. Hey, man. Call Hawaii, how about you be on the side, man? How you doing? Right, this is Brother Malkia. Right? But, you know, the lesson today, man, is that, you know, basically in the times that we live in, what should we be doing? You know what I'm saying? A lot of times our people don't realize the days that we live in, the time is short. But it's not short enough where you can just take your hands away from the plow. You got to endure unto the end. You got to be right with God unto the end. Because if you take your hand away from the plow when Yahushua come back, it's a wrap. He ain't saying, hey man, I know you put in 20 years. I know you fell off the last month. So I'm going to let you in. You're going to be like, no, man. The missiles, that one got your name on it. And that's the last thing you want to hear and the last thing you want to see. Right? But, so we see in Deuteronomy 30 and 1 through 7, that if we get our act right, the Most High God is not only going to redeem us out of the hands of our enemies, He's going to take us home to our homeland, and then He's going to put all the curses on our enemies that hate us. Right? But we're going to go ahead and we're going to slide over to Romans 10 and 14 through 21. Right? Before y'all came, man, there were so many people sitting up here. I start reading this Bible, and motherfuckers scatter like roaches. Be like that. It do every time, man. Every time. 2 It do, man. But I had a couple of Hispanic brothers. They were sitting there going, yeah, you right. They didn't want to come over here, though, man. I always wonder about that. But it don't matter, because I'm loud. I don't mind being loud. If you want to stand all the way down there, I'll preach to you down there. It don't matter. You got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? I'll say this, man. It's a shame. If you Native Hispanic, man, you a king walking the earth. We're going to go to Romans 10 and 14 through 21. I want you to read two parts. I want you to read 11 and 1 and 2 after I get done with this. Yes, sir. You got time for a couple minutes? All praises, brother. How you doing today, man? Pretty good? You believe in the Bible? Okay. What you believe in the Bible? Okay. Well, who did Christ come for?
Word. How you doing?
She ain't gonna tell you, brother.
No. It's just something that brought me to it. I don't know
Okay.
why I had to call like this.
Oh, you good, brother?
When I looked at it, this is what I like. That's my point.
Okay.
Basically,
So I'm gonna read
you don't
something.
want me to. You don't want me to speak right now, but basically, I was speaking, and you were talking about who came for. It reminds. It was talking about like Mark 7, I think, verse 24, when he told the lady that was free.
Yeah. Phoenicia. Syro-Phoenician. Yeah. Canaanite woman.
He told her, hey, I didn't come with dogs. I came from
The lost sheep of the tribe
there
of
you
Israel,
go.
right? Okay.
Yeah, so that's yeah. But,
So he came for the Israelites.
yeah.
So okay, is your father a so-called black man?
Huh?
Is your father a black man by chance?
That's why I say I'm a child of God. I think that's the easiest way. I understand what you're saying. I truly understand. I just what I'm saying is I just say I'm.
Okay. Well, let me read this to you.
Yeah, I always look for it. You can read the word out.
All right, man. Sounds good. This is Matthew chapter 2 and verse 5. And they said unto him, in Bethlehem of Judah, for thus it is written by the prophet, and thou Bethlehem in the land of Judah art not the least among the princes of Judah, for out of thee shall come a governor that shall rule my people Israel. So we see Christ is going to rule the Israelites, right? Okay, cool. So if we go to Matthew 1 and 21, it says basically something along the same lines of what you just said. right? And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. You can say it, brother. Christ only came for me and you, our people. I have a question. Right?
Well, okay, but then hold on.
You say you a child of
But
God,
before
are you
you-
identifying with those people?
Yeah,
Because you can't be a child of God if you don't.
correct.
Exactly.
But hold on. I want to ask you a question. I want to show you a picture. Okay? Do you think?
Can I say something?
Well, hold on. Look at this first, because it's gonna provide context for everything that we do. You see that brother right there? You see him right there? He's been hung. He's been barbecue alive. You see all these white folks standing around having a good old time? Did Christ come for them? It's harder to answer that when you got a picture like that in front of you.
I'm not going. We good, bro.
Are we?
Yeah, we is.
Because I got more of these, man.
No, it's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not against.
I know, man.
You
Sometimes
might-
they
I
get
don't
two
know.
at a time. You see that?
I like the fact that you kind of hope you realize I ain't against you.
No, I get that.
At no point I'm angry.
I want to tell you what I'm trying to do.
kind of like.
I just want to tell you what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make sure.
It reminds me of like when they was talking. I gotta go. It was my opinion. They was kind of talking to Jesus, and they was just like, "Oh yeah, some boys trying to heal in your name." And he was just like, "Yo, if they, long as they sitting here, preaching
Prophesying the gospel, yeah,
prophesying, hey, don't be knocking them."
Yeah,
You know, basically, I'm sorry, I'm summing it up with my own tongue, but I hope y'all understand, and I can bring the scripture out.
I get you.
But I was
Here's the
just
thing. I just want to make sure you understand.
okay.
Because I believe that you do. But I also believe that Congress, within our people's hearts, they have this preconceived notion that it's being addressed by everybody. Like those people that you were just talking about. Do you believe that that's a different nation outside of the Israelites? I'm talking about their people. You was just mentioning right there. They doing the work too. Even though they ain't in the same group, they said the same thing.
Oh, you talking about
Yeah. Who you think those people were as far as ethnicity?
I mean, I have this but it doesn't talk about who exactly those people was.
I love your honesty. I love your honesty. Because what you're saying is right. You said, I got to read the scriptures. You wasn't being prideful or something. And I love it. Because you was being genuine when you said
But
it.
because of what I'm saying, in that scripture, I'm not sure if he identified them as a group. You see what I'm saying? Like,
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Because you could have been like, well, nah, that's the other nations, and that was wrong.
Now, you're wrong.
You're genuine in your study. I love that. I'm gonna tell you something that we already know. We did the study. That's those are the differences. They're not mixing. They're not specifically the disciples, the 12 disciples going out. But there's another group who heard the truth, and they're doing their thing. Just like you might see different camps. They heard the truth, and they're saying the same thing we're saying. We're the same people, but we're in segments, different groups.
We're different parts of the same
Let
body.
you know, that's not another nation. It's the same nation, because that's what you're going to see when you go read this. You do. You see what I'm saying? So I just want to let you know what's going on. That way, I don't want you to insinuate, hey, this is a different nation. No, it's not. Yeah.
If you ain't got a lot of time, man, if you don't mind, can you just take this?
Yeah.
All right.
Sister got a question.
Oh, you got something for me?
I think the part that they get twisted in everything while they think that
Oh, yeah, the camera right
Jesus
Oh,
is for,
son, okay.
that Jesus is for everybody when it comes to Paul
Yes. Yep.
in Acts,
Correct.
the beginning of Acts and Paul, when the tongues are laying on everybody, it says everybody from different nations heard them talking in their, you know what I mean, in their language and everything. And then Peter and Paul had a discussion that he didn't come, Paul didn't come to go to the Israelites.
He was commissioned for the Gentiles.
Yeah, for the Gentiles.
But who are the Gentiles? And that's where the real question comes in. That's what you saying.
You did a study on that? Who are the Gentiles?
Well, who are the Gentiles?
Well, we'll go into that, actually. We're going to go into that now.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna let y'all.
Can I read one thing before you go? One thing. Just one. Just one. Brother, you love God. I'll read this one.
You tell me to go.
No. If I can read this one thing, that'll be it. That'll be it. I just want to read what you got to do as an Israelite, man.
I gotta be obedient to him.
Better be obedient.
Your God is telling you not to hear the Bible.
You don't understand. really don't.
I do.
No, you don't.
Because your God says to cry loud, spare not,
and
and lift up your voice like a
It's
trumpet.
our God. So I don't. I want.
What's your God name?
Okay.
Exactly. Your God ain't my God, brother.
You talking about? Okay.
Everybody work out their
My
own
God's name is Yahweh. Wait. My God's name is Yahweh. What's your God name?
We love you, brother. Just know
We
that
love you,
the
man.
Lord Israelite according to the Bible.
Damn, man.
Just pray
Come
for
back,
him.
brother.
He's on the right track.
Come
and
back.
everything. He just ain't made it as far as
I'm
you have.
I'm going to tell you, one of the biggest hurdles to get over is admitting you have it. Admitting that the Gentiles are not the heathen. That is the biggest hurdle. Because that is why he didn't want to talk. Because the moment we started trying to say that Christ only came for the Israelites, he was ready to get about the block at that point. You have to understand, some of our people, you might see in your mind, you're not attached to the white man. In your mind, you realize he's the source of all your ills. Not all of, you know what I'm saying, but the source of our slavery and our captivity. But in some of our people's minds, they are literally attached to him at the leg. Some of our people have never had a day without loving the white man. You have to understand that. When you realize that you have real Stephen from Django Coons, you saw that movie Django, right?
Yeah.
Remember Stephen? You got real Stevens walking around.
Okay, I used to be one.
Me
I
too.
told you I have mixed kids.
I know.
Okay, I used to deny my race because of my daughter's skin, because of my brothers and so-called sisters used to make fun of me. So I latched on to the other race. But when I got older and I started reading, that's what made me start accepting my people and who I am. And a lot of choices that I had made that I know that was wrong.
I mean, I get what you're
You
saying.
understand what I'm
But
saying?
here's the thing. How much more when a man is doing it? I'm not saying that our sisters don't matter, but you got to remember, they can't get to you if the man is standing up. That's why I'm harder on the man. Because it's not, when a man falls, it's not just him that fall by himself. It's everybody who depend on him who fall with him. You see how, like as a man, my obligation to stand and literally die behind this truth is so much greater than my sisters. Because if I don't, then they coming for you next. And I hope if I fall in the dirt, 2 more Israelites raise up. You don't have to see blood. You don't have to die out here. You don't have to pick my Bible up and try to preach this word. Because ain't no men around. Because somebody got to do that work. That's how Judith got selected. Because all the men was like, well, shit, I don't want to do it. If you go, I'll go. That's literally how the story of Judith went. If you go, I'll go. And men were standing behind the woman. I got you on in a second. Our people have to remember, the men are the first line of defense for Israel. God is working directly through the men. So if he a coon, I gotta shake his ass awake. Wake up, nigga, the white man hates you. Wake up. Because if he can't wake up, you know how many people he's gonna hurt walking through this life pretending like he ain't black? How many of our sisters run into the arms of a white man because black men won't show him no love?
Yeah, but it's also a season for it.
I get it. No, but here's the thing. I only get to see him once. You see what I'm saying? I might see him again, and when I do, we didn't end on a bad note. But I gotta let him know what I expect of him. And next time he comes, I'm gonna read him Psalms 83. I'm not talking about him. Psalms 83, it lists the enemies of God. I'm not saying there are enemies because I hate them so much. Yeah, I do, but I mean, that's not why I'm saying it. It's because those are literally the enemies of the Most High God. And God's enemies are my enemies. And they should be yours too. And you found out through experience that they're your enemies. See, that's how we usually find out when you latched onto the white man. He start treating you like shit. He treats you like the help. Right? Ain't that how he start treating you? Start saying little offhand comments. You're not allowed to get mad. You talking about something he don't like, he tell you to be quiet. Literally. I had a so-called Edomite friend tell me in his apartment, I don't want to talk about that right now, Kyle. And I had to hold that shit. I literally had to go, hey, this motherfucker bitch. Hey, this you know what I'm saying? Because you could fly off the handle and be a nigga, but then you realize, wait a minute, he's my enemy. Why am I mad? That's like getting mad at the snake because he hits and didn't want to bite you. He a snake. What you got for a piece?
book of Ecclesiastes. Oh, read loud. It's the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12, verse 10.
Read it out.
Never trust thine enemy.
What?
Never trust thy enemy.
No, sometimes.
Never trust thy enemy.
No, the white man cool sometimes.
Never trust thy enemy.
Never. Keep going.
For like iron rusteth, so is his wickedness. Though he humble himself and go cautious, yet take good heed and beware of him. And thou shalt be unto him as if thou hast wiped a looking glass. And thou shalt know it that his rust has not been altogether wiped away.
And that's plain upon tape. Never trust your enemy. That's the thing that I'm trying to get that brother to see. It's not a matter of sometimes. See, that's one thing that blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, we don't quite understand. Because we'll have that one white friend, he go to the bar with you, he come to the cookout, he could do the stanky leg, he could do everything that seems like it's cool that you do. But when it come down to it, he ain't your friend. He never was your friend.
That's right.
And he's waiting for the right opportunity to show you where you fit in his life. Sometimes you the cool dude who adds salt to his life. But that's it. You ain't the friend. How many times they bring it around to their family? Very rare, right? All of a sudden, oh man, something came up, now you can't see his family. Why? Because his family said, hey, don't bring that nigga around here with the hard R. See, they don't say that to you. They say that to him. I used to have a white girlfriend way back in the day. And I remember I met everybody in her family except for her brother and her father. All the men of her family I couldn't meet. You know why? Because they weren't trying to see no nigga in their house. They weren't trying to know that a nigga was piping down one of their daughters or their sisters. And if they found that out, guess what? I'd be dead as fucking fried chicken. They would have strung my ass up somewhere. They would have called up a couple of fellas from the bowling league or from the lodge, and they would have said, hey, look, we got a problem, man. My daughter bringing a nigga around, and she won't leave. That happens all the time. But see, Jake, we always trust our enemy, not understanding. Ain't no good ones. And I'm going to prove that too. That's in Psalm 17. God told you ain't no good ones. Right?
He just told you right there, don't trust him.
No, don't trust him.
Never.
Don't trust him. See, and we make fun of that type of shit. Remember in Boondocks, Uncle Ruckus talking about don't trust them new niggas over there? Remember that?
Yeah.
We laughed at that song. You know why? Because when new niggas show up anywhere, what do black people do? Who that over there? Suspicion, hostility. All it is a brother you don't know. But let a white man you don't know show up to the cookout. Oh, who boyfriend is that? Who boss is that? Brother, you got time for the Bible today? Shame. You got the swag of Northern Kingdom. See, you got to recognize your people. See, it ain't about your skin color. But I know you got to get on that bus, so you weren't trying to hear it. But it's cool. But I'm gonna go. Let's go to Psalm 17 real quick, right? Because God made it readily apparent early on in the Old Testament through His servant David that you ain't supposed to be looking for good ones to trust. And that's what a lot of our people do. They looking for a good old white man to give them a better life, looking for a good white woman to get along with them. Because our brothers, we make excuses, right? We say, well, the white man or the white woman, she gets along with me better. She treats me better than a sister does. That's no excuse. You ain't supposed to be getting with them just because they treat you a little nicer at times, right? Is it Psalms 19? There's a lot. There it is. Psalms 14. This is Psalms 14:1. The fool has said in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none that doeth good. Who are the people who say God don't exist? White people. They say God don't exist, and then they'll paint pictures of God looking like them. They'll paint pictures of Christ looking like them. You seen that picture of the naked white man with the finger stretched out touching another naked man? Saying that's God touching man, giving him knowledge? Anyway, you ain't even got to look at it because it's homosexual art anyway. But, right, these people literally proudly profess that there is no God. And they put their science above everything, right? I'm going to read it again because I want you to really internalize in the Old Testament, right? This is Psalms 14:1. The fool has said in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none that doeth good. The Lord looked down from heaven upon the children of men to see if there were any that did understand and seek God. They are all gone aside. They are all gone aside, right? They are all together become filthy. There is none that doeth good, no, not one. God trying to tell you, not just you, all our people. That's why I feel bad that brother left. Because we got plenty of scriptures that we can pull to show him, hey man, Christ only came for you. And that's why I showed him them pictures. And you see when you pull them pictures out, the attitude changes. It's hard to defend the indefensible. You can't tell me there's good white folks when you got a black man being barbecued alive and over 250 of them standing around trying to get a better view. Handing out raffle tickets. Holding his son up, talking about, hey, you see the nigga burning? It's hard to defend that. That's why he said, my God is telling me to leave. Your God is telling you to run away from the Bible? Really? Right? That's his fear. That the white man got to go down in flames the same way he tried to take us down. That's his fear. And I guarantee if I ask you, if you ever have you ever had a white girlfriend, that nigga probably start sweating booties. Because he probably got one right now. I'm telling you, a lot of these black men you see walking around, they got 1 or 2 black or white women that they deal with. And I used to be one of them. You know what I'm saying? So I understand. You don't want to admit that these people are no good for you. But what about the rest of your people? Is your own gratification worth more than the health and well-being of your people? The unfortunate reality is to some of our people, it is. Some of our people choose getting in bed with a lice-infested, poorly showered white woman. Because you know how they shower, right? They rub the soap on their head and they don't soak the rest of their body. They just let the soap run down. You know that, right? You live with an Edomite. I know you know. I used to live with white folks too. I know they don't shower. I know. Shit. But see, we'll trade away allegiances with our own people to be with these folks. Right? There's a little bit more though. Verse 4. Have all the workers of iniquity no knowledge? Who eat up my people as they eat bread, and call not upon the Lord. So that's how you see that this is talking about the heathen. Who's eating up the Israelites like you would eat bread? The white man, the African man, the Asian man, the East Indian man, all of God's enemies, which are in Psalms 83. We're about to get there. Yeah, because we're not African, as a matter of fact. See, you lead me to some good questions, right? Because a lot of people, they're confused about that, right? Because they think because we look similar that we're the same people. We're not, right? So we're going to go to the entry for him. Went north and we went to places in Europe. You see what I'm saying? So we went every direction. And you got to remember, it was the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire had 7 provinces. Britannia, what's that sound like? Britain. That was one of the provinces. Luxembourg, that's Germany. Who were the people ruling in Germany during the Dark Ages? Us. Actually, better question. Who took over the Roman Empire after it ended? We did. That's why it was called the Holy Roman Empire. Empire, meaning the separate Roman Empire, because we took it over. So we took over all the provinces. That's why they became black. Places like Sardinia. What's that other place? You have Italy. You have Corsica and Sardinia. Corsica and Sardinia are islands to the south of Italy.
I read that in the book. Yes.
There you go. But you see that we ruled in those areas because when you look at their heraldry, it was black. But I have a question. If we ruled in all those places, where's the African man at? We're not the same people. I'm about to give it to you. Hold on. This is the Zondervan Bible Dictionary. The entry for Ham. Ham, the youngest son of Noah, born probably about 96 years before the flood, and one of 8 persons to live through the flood. He became the progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes, right? But the Egyptians, Ethiopians, Libyans, and Canaanites. We're not African, we're not Hamites. We're the Negroes. What does Negro mean? Black. Why do you think they call you black and not African? See, they started calling you African American to confuse you. Because if you don't believe you're American, then you'll believe you're African. If you don't believe you're African, you'll believe you're American. If you don't believe you're either, you'll call yourself black. But you'll never call yourself an Israelite. Why? Because you don't know. You don't know the difference. Now, Jeremiah 17. Now you start to understand how you were discontinued from your heritage. That's how they did it. Because see, when they took you into slavery, you remember Roots? When they had the brother hanging up and they were beating him, talking about your name, talking about that shit. What you think they did to you if you said your name, say I said my name was Haya Al? Because in Paleo Hebrew, that would actually be my name. It's not Haya El. There are no E's in Paleo Hebrew. So my name would be Haya Al. And what if I'm hanging and he beat me upside the back going, your name is Kyle? And I'm like, my name is Haya Al. And I'm sticking to my guns. He gonna keep beating until I finally go, man, I'm Kyle. And what if they catch me saying I'm Haya Al again? Or they catch me reading the Bible? What you think they're gonna do? What did they do when they caught me? Huh? Oh, they've done that. Well, what's the next step if they didn't already try to beat me? That ain't gonna maim you. That's what they don't kill you. Maim, like cut your hand off, severely burn you, do something. And actually, I'm gonna say this for the camera because I stopped bringing this type of stuff out because I was getting a lot of friction. But I think we need to start bringing out some of the tortures that they used to do to us, right? Because a lot of our people, they don't realize some of the things that the white man did to you to force you to not be in Israel, right? So one of the things that they had was called Judah's Cradle. Now, why would they name it Judah's Cradle? Because they knew you were an Israelite, right? But what Judah's Cradle is, you would have like a triangular structure. And what they would do is they would make you sit on it. And they would put chains and weights on both of your feet. And it was like a wedge. And it would slowly pry you apart. Think about it. That's what the white man did to you to make you stop being Israel. Now, while you think about that, read that in Jeremiah 17.
Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 4.
Bring it out.
And thou, even thyself, shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee, and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not. For ye have kindled a fire in my anger, which shall burn forever.
So the Most High God made it apparent. Y'all kept worshiping other gods, putting other heathens' gods before me. Now I'm going to make you worship the heathen because I'm going to put you in their hands. Just because he put us in their hands doesn't mean we all of a sudden say, okay, well, now, my God. Your God is my God. We didn't immediately do that. They had to beat your God out of you. No deal. Right? They had to torture your God out of you. They used to do another thing called a derby dose. Right? Or a ghost derby, has many names. But down in the Caribbean, say you were caught eating sugarcane. Right? Because you're basically a slave. You're about to starve to death at any moment of the day. They catch you eating some of your produce that you got out of the field. What they would do is they would beat you, understand that? Brothers like him, they'll never separate. Because in their head, they're thinking, well, things have always been like this. And that's not true. That's why if you go to areas like Louisiana, New Orleans, try walking around as a black man at about 11:50 at night in certain parts of New Orleans. You might get caught hanging from a tree somewhere down in the bayou. Places like Jasper, Texas. See, and this is to the camera, right? Because we down in San Antonio, you would assume that things like that don't happen in Texas in the modern day. That's not true. You got areas like Vidor, Texas. I believe it's Vidor, Vidor, Texas. That is known as a sundown area. If you are not out of the city limits when it is sundown, you are fair game. And I'm talking about all the white people are in on it. The cops are in on it. The judges are in on it. The average citizen is in on it. And if they see you driving around, walking around, they're going to make some calls. You're going to be in trouble. For real. They have entire books that the NAACP puts out every year. Right? They put out books every year that highlight the different cities all over America that are sundown. It's a travel guide for black people. Again, they don't tell you about these things because they want to give you the illusion that we're all dead people.
Well, you said that it's still happening to this day.
Yes. Lynchings happen all the time. They just rule them as suicide. Imagine, I was found hanging from a 45-foot tree with no ladder, and they rule it as suicide. How? Oh, and I shot myself in the back of the head twice. That's the type of shit that they rule as suicide. So, because if you rule them all as suicide, then there's no lynching. You see how that works? That's how they do it. You have to think, up until the 1960s was Jim Crow. When they were lynching us out in the open, they had things like called a pick-a-nigger. That's what a picnic is. It stands for pick a nigger. So when you say, I'm going on a picnic, what you're really saying is, I'm going to pick a nigger to lynch. That's what they used to do. And it would be such a big event that they would sell tickets. They would cancel school. They would cancel church. People would call out of work to go see a black man get lynched. That's what the white man used to do to us. Go ahead and hit it, man.
Book of Psalms, chapter 55, verse 21.
Oh, bring it out.
The words of his mouth was smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. His words were soft and oily, yet were they drawn swords.
No, brother. Man, you know, man, we both bleed red. Yeah, man, we all American, right? Words of his mouth are smoother than butter. Have you thinking that you accept it? Meanwhile, he thinking, if your ass don't get out of here by sundown, what? Why you think some of these cops, when they pull you over, they had that look in their face? They trying to do bad to you. I know you've been jammed up by cops out here. I have too. And don't you shudder when it's a white cop? In the base of your soul, you go, damn, man, it could be anybody but him. I remember one time I was headed to work. I got pulled over by a white cop. And the Most High God moved something around in the background because he had a call on his radio. And he literally told me, he said, you're lucky I have to go. He said, you're lucky I have to go. He made it very apparent that if he didn't have to go, I was going to be seeing him for a while.
Not surprising to me. I watched a YouTube video where a cop told the white woman that he pulled over. She was afraid. She didn't want to reach for her ID. And he said, it's okay. We only kill black people.
Yeah.
He said that. That's all he was.
shooting ranges.
Right. It's a black man with white dots. But it is black, so naturally when you see black, you think it's true.
You remember that number of years ago when there was a brother with special needs. You know, he was having a crisis moment, and he had cops around. He had a carer who was a black man, and he was trying to tell all the cops, "Hey, calm down, I can handle it." He got close. He managed to disarm the brother. He's talking to him, and a cop shot the brother who was helping anyway. And the brother literally turned with the bullet in him. He said, "Why did you shoot?" And the cop said, "I don't know." It's in them. Now I got something. This is Ezekiel chapter 25 and verse 12. Thus saith the Lord God, because that Edom hath dealt against the house of Judah by taking vengeance, and hath greatly offended, and revenged himself upon them. Therefore, thus saith the Lord God, I will also stretch out mine hand upon Edom, and will cut off man and beast from it, and I will make it desolate from king, and they of the Dan shall fall by the sword. So God is literally saying, because you keep killing your brother, you keep offending, even when they're not even making war against you, now I got to do something to you. Because you know how God get down with us. We make a little mistake, and God is like, look, I'm in that ass now. But when it comes to them, he let it rock, because those are his kids. But imagine, you come up on a fight with your daughter, and she losing the fight. If it's a squabble between kids, you might let your kid take his lumps. But what if now your daughter's on her back, and she's slamming her head against the concrete? You got to get involved, because your daughter about to get killed. That's what God is saying. I got to get involved now, because you killing my children. You lynching them, you raping them, you burning them. Now I got to get involved. Verse 14, and I will lay my vengeance upon Edom by the hand of my people Israel. God said, look, I gotta let them get their get back now. You know how parents get with their kid? Let my son get his lick in. Your son beat my son up for 5 minutes. My son can't get one damn lick in? That's what God's saying here. How you think God gonna set us up to do that? He gonna give us them spiritual vessels. Because we ain't got no armor. We ain't got bulletproof Humvees to roll around in the white man neighborhood to take him out. We ain't got no jets and no bombers. So you got to tell me how God gonna let us get our lick back if he don't give us the power to get our lick back. Right? And I will lay my vengeance upon Edom by the hand of my people Israel, and they shall do in Edom according to mine anger and according to my fury, and they shall know my vengeance, saith Yahweh. So God is saying, hey, look, I got to make them as angry as I am. You'll probably notice I get a little emotional and angry when I'm talking about getting vengeance. But I want this so bad because our people do nothing but die at the hands of these goddamn people. That's why God is going to give us our chance to get our lick back. Can you give me Michael 4? Give me Michael 4, man. So you got to understand, when God put that spirit in us, and he give us that supernatural power, Jake gonna go buck wild out here. You gonna be seeing niggas destroying Edomites in ways you never imagined. The Bible describes it as a lion in the midst of the forest, tearing sheep apart. That's how the Bible imagines it, how it portrays it. Jake is gonna be unstoppable in that day. And I can't wait. God, I can't wait for it. And then I gotta deal with these goddamn coons who will jump in front of a white man and say, don't touch him, don't touch him. You see how infuriating that is? Meanwhile, that very same white man will fire you the very next day and put you in poverty. He'll throw your family on the street and say, hey man, it's just business. It's not personal. It's just business. Meanwhile, he's doing that to God's people on their land. And he's a visitor here. As a matter of fact, he's not a visitor. He's a stoner. He stole this land. He ain't supposed to be here. Right? Oh, yes. You already said it. No, you're right. Oh, it's got an ugly spirit. It's already 7 and read it.
It's the book of Micah, chapter 4, verse 7.
Bring it up.
And the remnant grass, that trieth not for men, nor right for the sons of man.
Oh no, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Verse 8. And the remnant of Jacob shall I do. And the remnant of Jacob shall be among the Gentiles in the midst of many people.
Now stop right there. You hear what it said? Jacob is going to be in the midst of all the Gentiles, in the middle. Because they still going to be trying to attack us. I'm going to read that in Ezekiel 38. They ain't forgot, right? They going to be still trying to attack us. Let's see what God going to have for them. Keep going, brother.
As a lion among the beasts of the forest, as a young lion among the flocks of sheep, who if he goeth through, both tread it down and tear it in pieces, and none can deliver it.
God is literally saying, when that day come, and I put my fury and my spirit upon my people to get their lick back, Jake gonna go goddamn crazy. You think I'm mad? God saw every lash they put on our back. Can you imagine that? You sitting back and you going, man, I hate this shit. You gotta watch it for 5 centuries. And they ain't just beating the men. Can you imagine a woman getting beat to death because she refused to sleep with the slave master's son? And they don't just end her life, they beat her 400 times with the whip. You know that's documented, right? People would die under the whip, hitting them hundreds of times. And the slaves had to watch in horror as they would get another slave who got tired to come up and keep whipping a dead body. You gotta understand, God had to watch it all. And so did our people. That's why when you read it in Revelations 2 and 26, when Yahweh says, he who basically overcomes shall be given a rod of iron to rule the heathen with. And as the vessels of pot are, as the vessels of a pot, shall they be broken to shivers. Meaning, that rod of iron you're going to be given for rulership, it ain't just going to be for decoration. You're going to be using it. Can you look up, it's righteous to make a wicked servant's side to bleed? Yeah, you could drop that, right? Because it's more to say, right? But see, the thing is, in the Bible, it's a righteous thing with God to make the sides of his servant who's wicked to bleed. So you got to understand, man, we've been the ones going through it because we are the servants of the Most High. And if we're a wicked servant, then he got to make our sides bleed. And he did that, did he not? He did. But when is it going to be their turn? Real soon. And what you think we going to do? We going to make their sides bleed because they wicked. And what did I say earlier? I said it's going to be done according to what they did to us. So what if you one of these wicked ass crackers who like to put your knee on people's neck? What if you like to shoot people in the back? What if you like to double back around to the house when the man is gone and rape the woman? You know cops do that, right? What you think got to happen to them? Same thing or something like it, because we ain't going to be raping nobody. See, certain crimes, you don't just defile that person, you defile yourself too. So there are certain things we just can't do. But it's a handy thing. We got a bunch of other heathen who can do it for us. And we can punish both of them. You think the East Indian man like rape any less than the white man? No. They got roving bands of gang rapists out in India. See, don't be fooled by all these folks walking around here from all these other countries pretending like they civilized. Don't be fooled by that. See, the people over in India called the Dalits, D-A-L-I-T, they have to be highly cautious when going out because they are on the lowest of the caste system. They have no legal power whatsoever. See, here in America, we used to not be able to even bring allegations against the white man in court. It's similar like that in India today. So if you're a Dalit woman and you get raped by one of the upper caste of India, one of the Elamites, you can't even take it to court most of the time. And they got bands of men who literally rove around and they rape women. And they usually do it to the Dalits and the city people, S-I-D-D-I-S. And the city people are found not just in India, but in Iraq as well. They are our people. They're the Bantu people. the Negroes in Southeast Africa near Zanzibar, right, who were taken in the Silk Road slave trade and sub-Saharan slave trade and were trafficked through India. See, you have to understand, God is aware of all of these things. All of them. That's why, as they did unto us, it shall be done unto them. Even the things we can't do is still going to happen to them. We just going to punish the offenders who do it to them. You get 2 birds, 1 stone. See, and all these nations are going to be all the better for it. Because nobody should be raping anybody. No one should be stealing land from anybody. No one should be committing the universal sins that are in the Bible. It's a sin to remove your neighbor's land marker. Did you know that? Yeah. You can't just steal somebody's land because where they going to live at? Now you've condemned them to poverty for generations. So you can't just do that. That's akin to murder. Did you know that when you keep back somebody's wages, that's equal to murdering somebody in the Bible? Did you know that? Say if you mow my grass and I promised you $40, and then after you get done, I go fuck you and just send you on your way. I'm in the same bracket as a murderer in the eyes of God. Because you mowed my grass to feed your family. And now you can't feed your family because of me, so they might starve again. That's my fault. So God sees me as a murderer. See, this Bible gets real heavy when you know what's in it. That's why our people don't like reading it very much. Because our people like being able to walk around pretending like they ain't got a care in the world. But what did the Bible say that the Israelites would do? They would judge the world. That's in 1 Corinthians. Paul told us that we would judge angels. You want me to get it?
Yeah. I heard that we can judge the church, but we can't judge us either.
No, we gonna judge the earth, the world. And this is to my camera. See, these are the things that your pastor should teach you. You need to understand just how important the Israelites really are. We're the ones who are going to set this whole earth in order. You have to understand that. Because without us in leadership, look at this earth. Look at it. If I ask you to give me a lemon off a lemon tree, where are you going to get it at?
What if you just say that? Because our people that look about reality
But see, here's the thing. You got to remember, God is going to put spiritual powers on his people. We're going to get spiritual temples. Everybody else ain't. So the white man is trying to create his own spiritual temple. You see? He's trying to be his own elect. See, he's doing everything on the left-hand side. Left-hand side being like evil, spiritual. The right hand is good, the left hand is evil. So he's doing things on the left-hand side with magic, pharmakia, or drugs. Pharmakia means sorcery, by the way. Right? So he's trying to achieve what the elect are going to be given by God spiritually. Because he has no God. So you got to remember, why did Esau hate Jacob? Because of the blessing. The blessing wasn't just the kingdom of heaven. It was also rulership. You see what I'm saying? So he hates us because of all these things. How do you rule over a people when they're about to be upgraded? Your guns don't work. Now you can't burn them anymore. You can't lynch them anymore. You can't lie to them anymore because the laws of God are in their inward parts. So now you've got to become better too. Let me get this real quick. See, I want to make some snide comments. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. We're going to keep the edification going. Yep. One second. wicked servant. Of a wicked servant. Yeah, you-
So you think God's not gonna let them like in the future everything's supposed to be like God?
No, they're going to have all that stuff. See, you got to remember, God likes a good fight too. As a matter of fact, damn, where God literally says he dares them to stand with their enchantments. I'm gonna get that first. Y'all, sister, got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes. What God? Which God you serve, sister? You don't know. All right, go ahead and hit it.
Book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 42, verse 5.
Bring it out.
And of merchants, indifferent selling of much correction of children, and to make the side of an evil servant to lead.
So it's a righteous thing with God to do that. See, a lot of people, they'll look at somebody getting disciplined and chastised, like, oh, leave him alone, leave him alone. They didn't do that to you, though. When you were in slavery, but nobody told about leave her alone. Don't cut the baby out of her stomach. Don't feed her baby to an alligator. Don't do that. Nobody said that for you. Nobody said, hey, don't cut our Northern Kingdom brothers and sisters' hands off. So it's got to come back around to them. It has to. Because the Most High God's judgment is like a ring. You get what you put out. Oh, what was I about to look up? It just slipped my mind. What did I say I was looking up? What did I say I was looking up? One more time. It slipped my mind. I lost my train of thought. I know. Damn, man. All right, well, anyway, I got the other thing. This is 1 Corinthians chapter 6 and verse 2. Do ye not know that the saints shall judge the world? And if the world shall be judged by you, are ye unworthy to judge the smallest matters? So, the saints are literally going to judge the earth. Because all of these heathen have to be set in their place. All of them. See, now you're starting to understand why this world is so out of course. Because we're the ones who are supposed to be ruling. But since we won't keep God's laws, he set up the basis of men over this kingdom. The lowest of the low is in charge right now. You would never think that the highest people in the land would have a proclivity toward raping children, would you? No, because kings don't do that. But these crackers do. You would never think you would have to tell a people to not dismember people for no reason. But these white folks, you have to tell them that. And then you have to look at them in secret to make sure they're not doing it anyway. That's who you're dealing with. You've got people who literally cannot rest if they can't do wickedness. That's in the Bible too. We're going to get that. See, again, this is to the people who think that we're one parade and a Martin Luther King celebration away from being one people, from being united. You have to understand, that's not what it is. That's not what it is, man. So this is going to be Proverbs 4 and 16. I'm trying to see if I can get it. This is Proverbs 4 and 16. For they sleep not, except they have done mischief, and their sleep is taken away, unless they cause some to fall. You got to remember, God created the wicked for a very specific purpose. See, one of the things that we have to understand is, it's not like every so-called Edomite wants to take to wickedness. Some of them actively try to fight it. But here's the thing. They show you all the time, like, you know how vampires, some vampires are like, I hate sucking blood. I hate doing that to people. But what do they inevitably have to do to stay alive? They have to go suck some blood. And they show it to you how it is for these evil-ass Edomites. They can't sleep. They can't eat regular food. They going into withdrawals. They shake. See, a lot of people don't realize, man, this is an evil devil. See, some of these murderers, they actually talk to criminal profilers and psychologists. And they literally say, it was just something I had to do. I forget his name. His first name was Richard, but I forget his name. he had a psychological disorder where he believed he was a vampire, and he needed to suck the blood of his victims in order to stay alive. And he actively fought it until he had a psychological breakdown, and he killed a child and he sucked their blood. And then that started the cycle of him serial killing. See, you would think it's a comic book or a story. They're writing about themselves. Why do you think when you read about things like Dracula, Dracula is the coolest character in all the story? Because that's Esau. Why do you think in all these stories the villain is always the focal point? Even if he dies in the end, he's always the focal point. He has the coolest lines, the clever quips. He gets the last say. He's laughing at everybody, telling everybody how stupid they are. And everybody's just trying to catch up to him. Because that's Esau. That's how he views himself. Yeah, actually, what you going? Bring it out.
For lo, they lie in wait for my soul. The mighty are gathered against me, not for my transgressions, nor for my sins, O Lord. They run and prepare themselves without my fault, away to heaven. And behold, thou therefore, O Lord, God of hosts, the God of Israel, awake to visit all the heathen. Be not merciful to any wicked transgressors. Salah.
So King David was literally saying, hey, don't show these niggas no mercy. See, a lot of our people, they think like if you a saint, you just supposed to want to hug everybody and hug the evil Adam. King David wasn't on that shit at all. King David said, hey man, don't show these niggas no mercy. No mercy. That's why I try to tell black men especially, because you got to remember, Judah, we're the leading tribe. A lot of these northern kingdom brothers and sisters, they're waiting on us to stand up.
That's right.
And the Bible says that the Most High God will come for the tents of Judah first. Meaning your teachers mainly are going to be us from the tribe of Judah. Because we're rousing up all the other tribes.
That's right.
Right? But I want to read this in Revelations 18 because it goes exactly with what I just said about how they portray themselves in the media and how they have the blood of the saints, right? This is Revelations chapter 18 and verse 23.
Bring it up.
Actually, yeah, I'm in it. And the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee, and the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee. For thy merchants were the great men of the earth. For by thy sorceries were all nations deceived. So by their sorcery, by their lies, they deceived all the nations. Right? Verse 24. And in her was found the blood of prophets and of saints and of all that were slain upon the earth.
Lord Christ. Jesus Christ.
It depends on who your father
Lord
is.
Jesus Christ.
No, it depends on who your father is.
And your father is.
My father is so-called Hebrew. What's your father? Is he a Mexican by chance? I'm going to be honest. If that's your stance, I'm going to say your father's a white man.
No, he's a.
Did you know the white man's going into slavery for what he did to the Israelites? So if you happen to be a white man, I'll see you in the comments.
No,
What are you? Irish? How are you Irish when the original Irish look like me? See, and this is where having books comes in handy. Because see, the white man calls himself a lot of things. And he ain't an Irish man either. This is from the book called The Negro Question Part 4. From Professor Boyd Douglas, Professor of Geology of Manchester University in London, 1879. The original people of Britain, France, Spain, and England were short black men of about 5 feet 6 inches in height.
There you go. I'm that height.
Don't call me a nigga. Don't do that.
No, I'm not.
Don't do that. Do not do that.
I said
Don't
I'm
get
not.
your ass wild out here. Don't do that.
I didn't say you at all.
Uh-huh.
I said I'm not height.
Uh-huh. I would recommend you go that way or that way. Okay, go that way or that way. Go that way or that way. You've had too much to drink, man. You're about to get yourself in trouble. Yep.
See, I think we're on the school. That's why I'm Whether it's so-called Mexican, you see the destruction.
If you're Mexican, they eat the soul
People
bro.
commit suicide, self-destruct.
I'm not Mexican.
If you're Irish, then you're a so-called white man. Right?
Yeah.
From the tribe of Edom. There you go.
And it seems like a hateful thing. When you hear it, that's because everybody's been brainwashed. They don't understand what you're saying. He's trying to let them know if you are of the very people who rape, rob, and murder God's chosen people, then you out of there. You're not a friend. It's not even easy to be a friend. This is a continuing curse until we get together as God's chosen people. It's a continual curse to have enemies. It's a continuous curse to have animosity. It's in their DNA. They can't help it. So if he do identify and he is what he says he is, then he can't help but to try to break down and tear down what the Most High has brought us here to build up. He can only tear down what the Most High is trying to build up, which is the people.
I want to get a verse out of Psalms 139. I bring this out all the time, right? Because this is something, again, that people have the wrong idea about. They don't get, God don't love everybody like that, right? So we're going to go. And I used to tape this back in my body. Listen, I was in video. Because most of our people don't understand, man. God ain't getting down with that. I'm friends with everybody shit. He ain't with that. Right? This is Psalms 139 and verse 21. Do not I hate them, O Lord, that hate, and am I not grieved with those that rise up against me? I hate them with a perfect hatred. I count them mine enemies. Those are the words of King David. God hates his enemies. See, and he's talking about God don't hate. Meanwhile, he's moving around on the land that his ancestors stole. See, that's why when you come up talking about God loves everybody, we know you're full of shit. It's not in the Bible. Because God hates Esau, particularly. Where's that in the Bible? Where's that in the Bible? Where's that in the Bible? Right. You don't know where it's at in the Bible. You make this shit up. 3 and 16. What's 14 say? You don't know. Be quiet. Fucking idiot, man. These niggas run to John 3 and 16, but you ask them who's talking. They'll say Jesus and who? Is he talking to himself? He don't know because nobody reads beyond John 3 and 16. He was talking to Nicodemus, another Israelite. So why would two black men be talking about saving the very people that are saved at the same time they exist? Why? That would be like me and this brother here talking about how much we love the white man to each other. It's fucking stupid. I've been saved. What's up? Tiny bit. Yeah?
Proverbs 20, where it says, wine is a mocker, strong drink, and he who is led astray, lying is not wise.
Just preach.
Here we go.
Here's song.
Here we go.
That drunk man right there.
He came over here.
He came over here falling over here, and then he came over here saying stuff, and we tried to get him to go away. Thank you, I appreciate it. Right? We trying to tell our people, man, you got to understand, God don't love everybody like that. See, and that's one of the ways that the white man got you to love him. He held up a picture of a white Christ and said, you're going to go to hell if you don't love me. Can you imagine you about to be burned at the stake? And he's saying, hey, you got to believe in this white Jesus. You got to believe. If you don't, you're going to hell. You got to love me. You got to forgive me. I know you saw me cut the hands of your kids off, but you got to let that go. You got to forget about that. You see how twisted that is? Now, can you imagine that they're wandering around on stolen land, but yet you're still dying out here? You still can't get a job? They're still living in the choice areas of the land that they stole. And they got the nerve to tell you that God's going to save you and him at the same time. How crazy is that?
Very.
Like, seriously, think about it. How crazy is that? But they do that every time they tell you that God loves everybody. They do that every day. Go ahead and hit it, man.
Romans chapter 9, verse 13.
Bring it up.
As it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated.
Plain up on tape. God says it.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, 9 and 13. 9 and 13.
I don't want to talk about that.
Give me Malachi 1 and 4. Right? We're going to get Psalms 83. That's what we're going to get. The enemies of God. I forgot. See, we keep having to remind our people time and time again that God's enemies are our enemies. They're our enemies too. You got to remember, all he has to look forward to is slavery. The best hope he has is that some way, somehow, God loves him too. That's his only hope. But it's a vain hope. You know why? Because God already told you what he thinks about it. He already told you. God already said who he loves and who he hates, who he's going to do away with, and which nations he's going to keep. The only nation that's going to be dealt with and done away with entirely is Esau. That's it. All the other heathen, after their 1,000 years of captivity, they're going home. They're going to be keeping the law. They're going to be keeping Passover. They're going to be keeping all the high holy days. Go ahead and get it when you got it.
The book of Malachi, chapter 1, verse 4. Whereas Edom said, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places. Thus says the Lord of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down, and they shall call them the border of wickedness, the people against whom the Lord hath indignation forever.
Indignation is righteous anger. So God has anger for the Edomites forever.
That's right.
Now remember that image I tried to paint for you. Every lash, every time they raped us, every time they stole our wives out of our slave cabin and took her to the big house and violated her and then sent her back in. God saw all of it. Every time you leave your so-called white friends, they get together and they start calling you a nigger, talking bad about you. God hear that. Those were charges to their account. And God held his peace. You see how this works? All these things happen, and the Most High God said, all right, bet that. Bet that. One of these days, though, I'm going to come see you. Because my son got to get his lick back. My son came home and you violated me, man. You went too far. You know, I'm going to say something that a lot of people might disagree with. What had Esau just have beat us, enslaved us, and worked us to death and did nothing more than that, God wouldn't be able to wipe him out the way he is. I mean, he could do anything he wanted. But here's the thing. It wouldn't be justified because the additional crimes weren't committed. Yes, sir.
Sorry about that, man. I got a question for you, son.
Appreciate it.
Go ahead, do your thing.
Thank you. Are you Italian by chance?
No, no.
What are you?
Puerto Rican.
Puerto Rican? You're from the tribe of Ephraim. I'm talking to you. You an Israelite, brother.
I got a word.
I know. Can you take a flyer?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Man, this Bible is about your people, bro.
It's about you, man. That's why you got that big size. Ephraim is a rhinoceros in the Bible. Now, you remember what I told you? The cops now, they're not white anymore because there are no white people. They don't have enough to cover the spread. You see? God sends our people to check us. So instead of him handing the hill, he got drunk out the way. Here your flyer, brother. Now he gonna go home and start learning. You see how it works? That's how God works. That's why these people are very frightened. I'm gonna read that in Revelations 11.
Chapter 4, verse 1. About
Go ahead and hit that, and then I want you to
chapter 4, verse 1.
Read out.
This is the book of the commandments of God, and the law that endureth forever. All they that keep it shall come to life, but such as leave it shall die.
So the Bible is saying it strictly for the Israelites. Those of us who keep the law, we gonna come to life. That brother's about to come to life. And I know he's been sitting there listening. Because the moment something kicked off, what he did, he came over here, cleared that demon out, and now we back in business. That's why he said, I'm a preacher's kid. That's why he gave me that look. He said, I know what you're talking about. You see? That's why a lot of people, they go, well, no one's standing in front of you. Why you preaching so loud? Because our people are listening all over the place. Some of our people got enough where they don't have to come directly to you. They just need to hear it. You got to understand, I told you, the tents of Judah are being raised up. And our brothers are listening. And they're going, God damn, I knew it was going to happen eventually. They glad to see us like this. Because when we ain't like this, how are our people in the street? On drugs, slutting out their sisters, men prancing around in booty shorts and shit. Just all types of madness. But when he sees his brothers here, with their wits about them, Bibles in their hands, telling the devil to his face that he's a goddamn devil, that he's going into slavery. Can you imagine how good that makes that brother feel? Knowing how his people in Puerto Rico are being done wrong. See, you think the ghettos here are bad. Have you seen a favela? The equivalent of a ghetto over in Brazil or Puerto Rico? You've seen those pictures where they show a bunch of houses made out of like shed material, and they're on the side of like a mountain, side of a hill, and it's just like house, 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 house. They're all different colors. They look like shanty towns. That's a favela. That's where our brothers live at. So you can only imagine them finally hearing the word, somebody standing up saying, the people doing this to you are wrong. I always tell my wife this, and it motivated me in a different way to do this work. Yes, I will do this work as the Most High God commands me to do it, but it makes it a lot easier when you know people need you. I remember I had some Hispanic folk. They said, y'all are like superheroes. It put a new dimension on it. You're like a superhero. All I'm doing is reading the Bible. I'm just telling the truth. But how do you defeat a devil who builds a world of lies with the truth? And telling the truth here can get you put to death, can it not? And yet we stand up boldly and we preach the truth. Can you imagine what it's going to be like when the tribe of Gad, the Native American Indian, finally stands up with his brother Judah? You got to remember, Gad means truth. So if we're the king tribe, where's our army at? Gad's got to stand up and be our army. Ephraim has to stand up and be our lieutenant. He's the head of the northern tribes. Benjamin has to stand up. The West Indians, they're the one tribe that God left us with when he took away the other tribes. Remember after Solomon went off and God chastised him and said he was going to take the kingdom from the hands of his son? But he said he wouldn't leave Judah bereft of any help. He would leave him one helper, and that was Benjamin. They've been waiting on his sister. Wait. Yeah, you talking about Ehud. Yeah. Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
Strong tribe.
See, we have to stand up. That's why when I see these coon ass niggas, I have to shake them and go, nigga, wake your ass up. It ain't just you. Your people waiting on you. They dying waiting on you. You gotta remember they dying waiting on us. That's why I thank my native Hispanic brothers every chance I get. Can you imagine having to run all the way from fucking Texas to Canada to escape slavery? You ain't gonna make it. But our brother said, if you can make it to our borders, we got you. You're free. We don't thank them enough. We really don't. And Our people treat them like shit every chance they get. They stand by us though. They sure do. When we protest, they out there with us. But when they protest, where the black man at? Hugged up with his white woman at home, that's where he at. Where the black woman at? On OnlyFans, twerking. That's where she at. Edifying the white man. Build him up, securing his house. But what about our Hispanic brothers? Now you see why they look at you a certain way sometimes. They waiting on you to get your mind right so you can lead again. But you can't lead them back into slavery. That's why the kingdom got taken away from us in the first place. Rehoboam was trying to put them in slavery. That's why the northern kingdom left. Now you seeing how Christ is going to put us back together and make us that one stick so we can rule the earth with it. And this is to my viewers, man. You Judite niggas who be talking shit about Negro only, man, you gotta wake the fuck up, man. Y'all gotta wake up, man. Your brothers are waiting on you to wake up, man. Your sisters are waiting on you to wake up. They waiting on you. And they dying while they waiting. I had some ignorant nigga earlier talking about it's free. The time is free. Ain't no free time around here. All we do is bury our children. What is free to us? You pay for water, you pay for food, you pay to live somewhere. You pay for your car, you pay for everything. Nothing is free. Nothing. Including living. That ain't free neither. Because we dying out here. You brothers need to wake up, man. The northern kingdom is waiting on you, man. And they love y'all. Everything we do, the Mexican man following right behind us. Puerto Rican man following right behind us. I don't hate our brothers for doing that. They got salt and swag too. How come they can't have the spotlight sometimes? Judah always trying to be in the spotlight, man. That's why the Most High God making a fool out of us right now. We in the spotlight, all right, but we out of our minds. See, that's why I always know I'm never preaching for nothing. Most High God, somebody listen. Somebody is. And if one person repents, what do the angels do? They rejoice. Because we that much closer. We one step closer. One repentant soul closer to get into the kingdom. We that much closer. There ain't no man on the corner to do this work. It's gonna get done. It won't get done. But get it when you got it. Yeah, man, this man has been constant, man. Damn. Yeah, somebody. Yeah. I was holding up the shit. I closed by. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Brewery as well. But yeah, let's get brewery. Y'all can get something to the group. Yeah, I'll get brewery. Because one of the things, hold on, I'm gonna get Brew through. EMS rolling through. Oh, go ahead, y'all good? Y'all good? This is Baruch, chapter 3, and verse 29. If ye will not hear my voice, surely this very great multitude shall be turned into a small number among the nations, where I will scatter you. So the Most High God has made it plain unto us. If we don't want to listen to the Most High God and keep his laws, he's going to scatter us. He's done that. And amongst being scattered, we are now strangers to our own brethren. Right? For I knew that they would not hear me, because it is a stiff-necked people. But in the land of their captivities, they shall remember themselves, and shall know that I am the Lord their God. For I give them an heart and ears to hear. So in the land of our captivity, we're supposed to be waking up, and we're supposed to be turning back to the laws of God. See, one of the things that you're going to notice, the more you turn back to the Most High God, the easier life gets to live.
Right.
And when you take an L, it don't hurt as bad. Because the Most High God, He holds you up. You don't just crumple to the floor no more. He holds you up. He promised He would do that in the book of Isaiah, right? Verse 31, and shall know that I am the Lord their God. For I give them an heart and ears to hear, and they shall praise me in the land of their captivity, and think upon my name. And we doing that today. When we cry out in the name of Yahweh, by Hashem Yahweh Shai, or in the name of His Son Yahweh Shai, right? When we are crying out in that name, the Most High God, He hears us. But you got to remember, there's a threshold that has to be met. The elect has to be sealed. Once the elect are sealed, all the nukes and all that shit coming, it's going to come quick too. I'm amazed at how many things are happening fast now. The mark, they're starting to fast track that. You know that, right? The RFID microchip and Neuralink, the brain chip that Elon Musk is working on. They fast tracking all that shit. The world, what's it called? The World Economic Forum. Huh?
The New World Order.
Essentially, yeah, them. The guys at the head of it, called like the World Economic Forum, right? People like Klaus Schwab, what's his name? Noah Harari or whatever. Rockefellers. Well, you know the rich folks, right? But the Edomites at the top, they're starting to fast track all that stuff, and they're saying by the year, I think like 2030, everybody's supposed to be chipped. They're literally saying this out in the open. Now, if they're telling you 2030, you think they got enough time to last that long? I don't. If you drive around in cities now, you're starting to see apartment buildings with fences built around them. Those are 15-minute cities. 15-minute cities. It's a concept that they've come up with to lower your carbon footprint. Or you're literally going to be put in an area, like basically everything that you need to live is going to be within walking distance.
Yes.
You will no longer be allowed to drive.
That's what the
But see, here's the thing. 10 years ago, if you said that, people will call you crazy. But it's happening now right in front of your eyes. And the Israelites, we've been talking about it for about 60 years now. See, and
what
that's
is called?
a 15-minute city. 15-minute city. And they build them all over the earth, too. It ain't just here.
They locked down Chicago so many times. They fight back. Police officers out there, they can't handle it. They got guns, ammo, ready for it. They're not. They had
Yeah. You're going to start seeing it. We're seeing here in San Antonio. Some of them are off the highways. You see apartment buildings and they have big old fences starting to be erected up. Eventually, what's going to happen once the dollar is basically no more and you go to a digital currency, now people have to find a place to live. Because guess who's going to still accept dollars? Your landlord, your bank. But what if you can't make dollars anymore? Well, then you can't make payments. So now you got to be homeless.
That's when the chips come in.
That's where it all comes in. Because conveniently enough, I have this apartment for you to move into, and I have this chip for you to take so you can be put into the digital system.
Because right now we're really not using a dollar with debit cards and everything. I mean, you can order stuff over the phone.
Yep.
You don't have to go pay cash. They'll bring it to your house.
Mm-hmm. And see, you're slightly older than me, so you got to see the transition. You got to see them first bring in the credit card, the checkbook, where you didn't have to have physical cash. Then all of a sudden, it was the chip on the credit card. You didn't swipe anymore. And now, you're basically, as long as you have your information on your phone, you don't need the card anymore. So now, you've got the phone in your pocket all the time. So now, what's the next step? To put the phone in your hand. And in your hand. Now you start to get it. The steps to this have been in plain sight all along. But the thing is, most of our people don't have that eye salve. Remember that's talked about in the New Testament? God has to give you eye salve in order to see what's going on. That's why all these things can happen. why we keep trying to tell our people, you ain't got much time left. Because now that you can see the chip coming, you can see World War III is already here. Oh man, did you see that video where Brother Chief Vince put up? So they declassified and released a photo that they took in 1994 of the Hubble Space Telescope. It was looking at a star, or what looked like a new star that appeared in the sky. They zoomed in on it, and it was a building, a series of buildings. The kingdom of heaven is what they call it. Remember, when Yahushua comes back, he's going to come back in a mountain, a chariot the size of a mountain. It was so big in the vision that Ezra couldn't see the end of it. I'm going to get it right now. It's in 2nd Ezra 13. Right? But the thing is, when Yahushua calls up the saints, when we get saved out of here, where do you think we're going to all go? We're not going to fit in a clown car and just fly out of here. A whole city is coming for us while this earth gets cleaned up. That's why when you're reading Jerusalem comes down, basically a new city, right? Y'all got time for Bible? Y'all Ethiopian by chance? Yeah. Y'all from the nation of Cush, right? Did y'all enslave the Israelites at one time? Did y'all enslave us at one time? The Cushites, did y'all enslave us at one time? Nimrod and all them? I know that. Yeah, because they don't free them. Yeah. Read Psalms 83, y'all white man free. Can you give me Zephaniah 2 and 12? Oh, we know that.
What did he say?
He said Jesus Christ and a white man. And that's true. He's not. It's true. You're right.
You're missing word.
But are y'all Israelites though? Right. But those are scattered Israelites. I'm talking about all of Ethiopia. Isaiah with slavery. But you also collaborated with slavery. Hold on, let me read this to you. Let me read this to you because you're saying y'all stood up for Africa. Yes, I'm separate. But what I'm saying is y'all should have stood up for the Israelites. We ain't part of that. We're not part of that. The people who are like Nigeria and all those people, the people who are at the highest echelons of their government, those are Hamites. Those aren't our people. Now, I'm going to read this to you. This is from the Zondervan Bible Dictionary. This is the Israelite, the youngest son of Noah, born probably about 96 years before the flood, and one of 8 verses to live after the flood. He became the progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes. We are not the same people, sir.
But we are the Negroes.
But we are the Negroes. We're the Israelites. We're the tribe of Judah.
That captivity that we went into,
Y'all gotta pay for that.
that's why
You gotta go into slavery. Like we went into slavery.
the Bible says that.
Yeah, y'all saying no.
Why do you think Christ
But here's the thing. But I have a question for y'all. Is Christ coming back? Is Christ coming back to wage war on the so-called white man and the people who oppress the Israelites? I'll answer your question. All right. So, is Christ coming back to wage war on those with the Israelites in slavery? Judah and the children of Jerusalem have you sold unto the Grecians, that you might remove them far from their border. That's why.
This is history. Factual
This is
history.
history.
Inside and outside the Bible.
No, but Tyre and Sidon are Israelite nations.
From the tribe of Judah. House of David. No.
But here's the thing. I don't know where I'm from because the Israelites will be discontinued from their heritage.
Originally, I'm from the land of Jerusalem.
No, hold on. Stay in order. Hold on. Stay in order. Stay in order. Because here's the thing. The real Israelites were prophesied to be discontinued. Jeremiah 17. Okay. So the reason why. The Ethiopians.
That's right.
Those are just white people. But here's the thing, even if there are Israelites in Ethiopia, that doesn't mean everybody in Ethiopia is now an Israelite. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, cool. So the actual Cushites, those of you who consider them Cush, y'all have a tag. You got it. And my whole deal is, it's not like we're going to be beating y'all and doing all that unless you're a witness. No, Cush is Ammon. Y'all don't come from Shem. Remember Ham, Shem, and Japheth? No. You're Hamitic, man. But here's, did you have Jeremiah 17?
Go ahead. Book of Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 4. And thou, even thyself, that this shalt discontinue from thy inheritance that I gave thee, and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not. For ye have kindled a fire in my anger, which shall burn forever.
So when it says that we've been discontinued from our heritage, that's why we came to America, white people stripped us. Yeah, it was against the law for us to read.
We are the original Israelites, right?
So
And we know it.
hold on. So the history is in 70 AD, when the Romans crushed our resistance to Israel, we fled into the mountains. We fled into North Africa and West Africa. That's why Muhammad, when he wanted to force us to convert to Islam, he went on a conquest of the Maghreb, North Africa, and parts of West Africa. That's why you had not just the transatlantic slave trade, but you had the sub-Saharan slave trade and the Silk Road slave trade. All of those things removed our people and scattered them around the earth. That's why in China you have a group of people called the Manchu people, M-A-N-C-H-U. They were the Qing dynasty, Q-I-N-G. They were the leaders of China. We built that. Those are our people, right? In China, or I'm sorry, in Japan, you have the Ainu people, A-I-N-U. They are Israelites who were scattered there through the Silk Road slave trade. So y'all are going to be alone. White man's going with you. The Chinese man's going with you. The Japanese man's going with you. The East Indian man's going with you. Over in India today, they have a group of people called the Dalits, D-A-L-I-T, and the Sikhs, S-I-D-D-I-S. In Thailand, they have the M-A-N-I-Q, the Medic people, all Israelites. Those are our people. And they're treated like trash all over the earth. That's why we're going to read Jeremiah, give me Jeremiah 30:16. I hope you held that. Because everybody has to pay their tax.
And
God
the
ain't
reason
forgotten
why
nothing.
he knows everything, because we read research and God gives him.
That's right. Oh, and actually, hold that. I want to show you something because y'all made the comment that I seem to know everything. But I want to show. But here's the thing. I want to show you why the average black man, unless he's reading out of this Bible, you don't give him the same attention. There's a reason for that. This Bible is my intelligence, and I'm going to show you that right now. Right? This is Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 5. Read, behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither ye go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and understanding in the sight of the nations. That's right. That's why y'all are like, damn, this average black man from the states of America has to be captivated by this wisdom. It's all from me.
I thought you guys came from Africa like us.
me Revelations 13 and 9. That's fine. I do. Can y'all hear the words of Christ? I know. I want you to hear the words of Christ. Well, I'm an Israelite. I'm not Orthodox anyway. I'm an Israelite. Because Jewish means like a Jew. I'm actually Judah. See, I can't be like a Jew because I am Judah. He's an emperor from the tribe of Judah. He was born here in America, but owned by witness of slavery. He's a black man. He's a so-called black man. Well, no. Now here's the thing. We're scattered to all nations. So could you perhaps be one of our people? Maybe. But if you're calling yourself a Cushite, and you know your ancestor is the forefather Cush, you're not an Israelite. You come from a different line. Okay. Before you get going,
We speak the real Hebrew, not the Yiddish Hebrew.
so
That's not real.
So hold on. So if I were to say or Yondabar. See, that's Paleo Hebrew. So it would do me no good to speak to anybody in Paleo Hebrew. Because see, we're starting to wake up and reclaim our history. So we're also reclaiming our language. So we can praise our God properly. When we say call hello Yahweh Shem Yahushai, that's praising our God in our native tongue. Can you enlarge it a little bit? Oh, that, okay. I'm sorry. I was looking at it. Yeah, but
You don't speak English there. Just different forms of English. It's just a broken language.
but what we're trying to say is no.
It's a broken language. If you go to Ireland, you're not. They speak where? You're not gonna understand. Where? Ireland.
Like you know how they have their accent and they have different things that they say.
They have
It's
different
hard to
slang.
like if an Irish man came up here speaking like Irish. I lived in England 4 years. I remember I had an Irish woman try to talk to me. I spent 3 minutes trying to get her to repeat herself because I couldn't understand it when we're both speaking English.
That's two different languages.
And that's
different.
dialect.
But if you go to Ethiopia, nobody.
I understand that. I get that. I get that. But see, here's the thing: the real Jews shouldn't be speaking their language because, as I read earlier, we're supposed to be disconnected. You see what I'm saying? So the fact that we lost who we were, that's to our credit. Actually, I was going to read that to you. This is Revelations 2 and 9. I knew I did. But hold on. Well, you got to think. The children of God. They're going to inherit the kingdom of heaven when the Messiah returns. Yeah, they're trying to be us. And I have a question. Why would you want to pretend to be us? We make all the music, we make all the food. The damn concept of coolness comes from us, from black people. So why would you want to pretend to be us? No, maybe not y'all, but I know a lot of Ethiopians who walk around. They got their caps turned to the back. They're walking with their pants sagged. They're saying, I know a lot of them. No, they should act like you. But y'all have Ethiopian communities. You have restaurants. You have stores. Why don't they hang out with y'all and copy y'all? See, you're thinking about it because it doesn't make sense why a son wouldn't copy his father or his own people. It makes sense now. Hold on. Let me read this because it's going to make a lot more sense, right? This is Revelations 2 and 9. I know thy works, and these are the words of Christ, by the way, right? I know thy works in tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews,
They are not.
but are Satan. So the Most High God and His Son are aware that people are on the earth claiming to be Jews and are not. That goes for the people over in Ethiopia and the people over there in Israel, claiming to be the sons of God and you're not. Because if you were the sons of God, you'd be under the curses of Deuteronomy 28.
The real picture of that's where Jesus comes, the picture. So that's all Ethiopia. That's all Jesus is coming from Ethiopia. That's right.
He didn't come from Ethiopia. He came from Nazareth.
Ethiopia, there is nothing to tell him.
No, just yeah, he came from Judah. That's because you took our land as part of your mother. Because we look similar. If I wanted to hide, I wouldn't go hide amongst white people. I'd hide amongst y'all because y'all look enough like us. But that doesn't make you our people, though. That's the issue. Hold on. So what? Actually, give me Isaiah 60. Give me Isaiah 60. Yeah.
King James.
60
King James.
You know where they write the Bible? They got it from the Bible from the old Bible.
King James
can write it
is a
down.
black man.
Okay, guys, start a team.
Praise God.
Hold on. So we're gonna read something to you. Hold on, read this.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 10. Throw it out. And the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Say that again.
And the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls.
Stop right there. Those strangers are the heathen. The kingdom of heaven is going to be on earth, and y'all going to be. Keep going.
And their kings shall minister unto thee. For in my wrath I smote thee, but in my favor have I had mercy on thee.
Keep going, keep going.
Therefore, thy gates shall be open continually. They shall not be shut day nor night, that men may bring unto thee forces of the Gentiles, and that their kings may be brought. For the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish.
So the kingdom of heaven is going to be built by the very same people that sold us into slavery or enslaved us. And if you refuse to get down, you heard in Luke 19:27 that the enemies of Christ who refuse to serve are going to be put to death. And at that day, we're going to be talking to regular people like this. We're going to be the sons of God again in our proper estate. Yes. We're as the sand of the sea. Oh, sisters, hold on, I got more to bring out. We're as the sand of the sea. The only reason why we seem like a small group is because we're scattered. If we were all together, but that's why.
I don't see you here. Where did you come here?
Now, you remember what I said earlier? Now, hold on, I have to say this. We do. We're all over the earth. Now, remember when I said when we don't have people in front of us, they think that we're a small, recessive minority. We are all over the earth, and we are the fastest growing group all over the earth because we were discontinued from our heritage. You have to understand that. We were told that we were black. We've been told that we're African. You could. That's great.
You can do that. And the Bible says that you're going to support.
Give me Isaiah 49. No, hold that. Give me Isaiah 49. Definitely. Well, you got to remember, Joseph is his father. Because here's the thing.
The Bible says it.
Mary just carried Joseph
Yeah.
Hey.
Joseph gave the seed.
No, you're right.
No. The seed of Joseph. Because if it's not the seed of Joseph, how is he of the tribe of Judah? How is he of the tribe of Judah when the father dictates the tribe? No, Mary's cousin was a Levite. So if that's the closest thing that you have in the Bible to tell you what tribe she comes from.
They're taught that Mary come from the tribe of Judah. They don't. That's not there. She's a Levite.
Yeah, she's a Levite. That's the best lead you have in the Bible. It's her cousin. You want it to be X. Well, I want to show y'all something because the thing is, Christ came from the seed of his father. Why would I go to my enemies who sold me into slavery to get the truth of my own heritage? But you sold us to the white man.
How do you know? Who told you?
My Bible, my God tells me that, and but history tells me that too.
You know, the Bible right before slavery, you know that? It's not after slavery.
Hey, here's the person who commissioned it. It's a black man named King James, because we were ruling in Europe too. We aren't just niggas on the west coast of Africa. We were the Tudors in the Jacobite dynasty in Europe. Why do you think the Coburg heraldry over in Germany is black? Why do you think the icons in Russia are black? We were ruling over there too.
Yes.
Because we are the chosen of God. We're scattered to all nations. Yes, and everybody who takes us refuses to let us go. Why? Because we're the salt of the earth. Without us, no, hold on, sister, because without us, your music is trash. Without us, your food is trash. Without us, there's nothing cool or enjoyable on this earth.
So why we do that then?
Because we are better than everyone else. And when you're given the opportunity to rule over us, you take it. No, hold on. I get that, but that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, because we're under curses. Because we transgress God's laws, our enemies get to take us into slavery. And you, but here's the thing. No, but here's the thing. Just, but you, I know, because you're not an Israelite.
Because he didn't come for Israel only. He didn't come. Jesus Christ didn't come for Israel only.
Oh my God.
All over the people.
You got it? Okay, go ahead. I want to give y'all an opportunity. Start at 20. Yeah, just start at 20.
Okay, this is the book of Isaiah, chapter 49, verse 23.
Yeah.
And kings shall be thy nursing fathers, and their queens thy nursing mothers. They shall bow down to thee with their face toward the earth, and lick up the dust of thy feet, and thou shalt know I am the Lord.
So, all of our enemies, if you're truly sorry and repentant that you sold us to the white man, that's what you're going to do. You're going to bow down.
Because the Bible
But here's the thing. You don't have to do it now. You're going to do it now, or you're going to do it in the
later,
future.
but you're going to
Let
do
me
it.
ask you something. We are there. So, to me, what they did in Africa, I don't like it. Not,
That's good.
I don't think that this is the thing is,
Well, you're not
we
the
don't
target.
hate, we don't love, we really love what? And
It's not only
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
another
No, we get that, but here's the thing. The Igbo, the Ashanti, all the Limba, those are our people. Those are Israelites. You see what I'm saying? So we're scattered to all nations. You just don't know who we are because we're called by different names. We're not called Israelites. Yeah, and that's what they tell you. But see, the white man tells you that we came from Africa. But so
They called me.
That's a new
I've been here like 10 years. They called me.
new term given to that was new. That was something very young.
well, not all, because here's the thing.
Oh, not all. Oh, most of them.
So only certain tribes, right? I want to show you something. That's fine. That's good. Hey, what's your nice discussion?
Be ready for service. Be ready for service.
We ain't forgetting about nothing, man.
But you understand what we just read? That is what the Lord will for everybody.
No, let them go. Let them
They
go.
will serve.
Yeah, they gonna serve,
They're
whether
gonna
they want
serve.
to or not. See, when you hitting them with that Bible and that knowledge, all of a sudden they're like, oh, damn, I didn't know. It's like, oh, yeah, but we know. See, they don't understand. God ain't dealing with them like he's dealing with us. It don't matter if they get it. He talking about this the first time that he ran into Israelites. Okay, and what's that got to do with you? And I read that we read that in Joel 3. What have ye to do with me? Oh, Tyre and Sidon. God is saying, you ain't got nothing to do with me. Hey, give me Psalms 50. No, or is it 55? Actually, I think it's 50. Give me 50. Right? Because the Most High God literally says, unto the wicked, what hast thou to do to take my covenant into thy mouth? The Most High God is literally saying, what the fuck you doing picking up my book? Talking about my children. With my name in your mouth. Why are you talking about me? When all you do is you brutalize my children and put them in slavery. See, again, that's why you can't bring out all these precepts to the heathen, because they don't get it. Remember I told you, the Most High God reveals his secrets unto his servants, the prophets. He only dealing with the Israelites. Everybody else, they just guessing at the Bible. When they read this book, they trying to make sense of it. They write it, they turn it upside down, they put it in their own language, they add little bits here and there, they add little books on the side, trying to make sense of everything. But we, the Israelites, can pick up this book and we can slowly put it all back together. You know why? Because the Most High God has given us that knowledge. Hold on, let me get it. Right? Because what we about to grab something in Psalms, right? Where King David literally talks about the heathen taking the covenant of God in their mouth when it has nothing to do with it at all. See, those are precepts that nobody brings out in your church because it makes people feel left out. And if you feel left out, you're going to leave your money out of that collection plate. Right? So, in order to make everybody feel included, they're going to teach God loves everybody, Christ came for everybody, and God don't draw lines, and everybody's one family. And that is not what the Bible says at all. At all. This is Psalms, chapter 50, and verse 16.
Bring it up.
But unto the wicked God said, what is thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thine mouth, seeing thou hatest instruction, and casteth my words behind thee? So God is saying, hey, look, what the fuck you doing taking my covenant in your mouth? When all you do is you hear about it, read about it, and then throw it away. You saw what we read to them people, and what did they do with it? They threw it right behind them and just said, well, God loves everybody anyway. God ain't a liar. He ain't a liar. You got to see it in real time. I'm glad you're getting to see these things, sister. Now you're seeing why you got to come to camp. Because you seeing the Gentiles start to plead, oh, come on, let me be an Israelite. Please let me be an Israelite. Because this world is at an end, and they know it. It's just like when Noah was on that ark. You got time for the Bible, brother? A couple minutes? No? All right, brother. Well, you a king walking here, all right? But you see these heathen, they out here, they basically like, yo, can we please get on the ark with y'all, please? So you got to understand, when them ark doors were closing and Noah was on it, them people were beating on the ark as they slowly began to drown to death. See, God closed the doors to the ark. Noah didn't do that. See, the Most High God let us know through the example of Noah, when it comes to the redemption, the second redemption of the Israelites, because that could be viewed as a first redemption. The seed of the Israelites was preserved, although there was no Israelite at that time. Noah was a progenitor of who would come to be known as Jacob. You see what I'm saying? Because if Noah had gotten destroyed, the line of Shem would have stopped. You see? But the Most High God preserved our seed so that this story could flow forward. And now we're looking at another spiritual arc beginning to manifest. And you're seeing the nations. The white man is trying his hand. The Ethiopian is trying his hand. The Japanese, the Chinese, the East Indian, all of them are going to try. And guess what God's going to do? He's going to close that fucking door in their face and they're going to die.
That Noah, Abraham, Isaac wasn't an Israelite. Whenever Abraham slaughtered a whole city and came back and paid his tithe to Melchizedek, what did it say? What does it say in Hebrews that he paid it? It says that it's like he was paying his tithe to the Levites that was still in his loins. It's not about the name Israel, it's about the chosen seed. So it's frivolous to even make the argument that Abraham was an Israelite. They were in his loins. The Levites were in his loins. They were chosen.
And plus,
You can use a name with the actual seed. The seed is still of the same man.
and plus, when they're trying to state where they come from in the New Testament, what does everybody say? Our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They do that for a reason. Because they're saying it's not only Abraham, it's not only Isaac, and it's Jacob. And you know Jacob only had 12 sons, and those 12 sons are the Israelites.
That's right.
That's why you see them trying to, they're trying to cleave and go, well, King Menelik. There's no evidence that the Queen of Sheba, had a kid with Solomon. That's myth, because when you read that in the book of Ecclesiastes, actually no, that's in Kings. In what is it?
That's in,
Is that in
Go
Chronicles
to
or Kings?
the
No,
New
that's
Testament of Jesus' lineage.
You got time for the Bible, brother?
that's in
You're a so-called black man. You're a king walking there. All right, you're an Israelite.
Yeah, that's in First Kings, white man. Like, well, she came to see his wealth, my wealth.
Let me get.
Ladies and all,
It's in Matthew Anderson. I believe it's in Luke 2. Luke 3? Is it Luke chapter 2? Is it 2 or 3? Okay, I'll get it in. I'll get it in. Because, everybody tries to claim it's Mary, but the thing is, how would I be a Judite if it was Mary?
see, that's what the Roman Catholic Church teaches.
All right,
They'll tell you that she's from Jews, but
So-
there's nothing to support that.
so hold on. So this is Luke 3, right? So it starts here when this is Luke chapter 3 and verse 23.
Bring it up.
And Yahushua himself began about 30 years of age, being, as was supposed, the son of Joseph, which was the son of Heli, which was the son of Matat, which was the son of Levi, which was the son of Melchi, which was the son of Iana, which was the son of Joseph. Now, I want you to come see this off because I'm going to skip, right? This is his lineage. That's how we know he's of the seed of Joseph.
I wonder if that word "suppose" is actually in the Greek. I bet it's not. It's supposed. Roman Catholic Church put stuff there in the translation that's not there, like Trinity. But you got Bible can actually have the word Trinity in it,
Yeah.
but that's not in the Greek.
Okay,
It's not in the Bible.
Matthew.
Yeah, I'm going to get it. It's Matthew 1.
But the lineage only says one thing, that Joseph is of the tribe of Judah. Mary is not there. Because she's not from the tribe. You see? Because they did, sir, because what we were taught something we heard. We didn't actually read it because the word of God says something different than what we heard. You see what I'm saying? He's reading it. And it says Joseph is of the tribe of Judah. Abishai, who the brother who called Jesus Christ, is from that same lineage. Mary is not mentioned. It's for a reason.
The closest thing that we know about Mary is that she's from the tribe of Levi, because her cousin is from the tribe of Levi.
Exactly.
Elizabeth.
If we're cousins, that's only one way because he got to be from the same tribe for that to be true. You see what I'm saying?
Got time for the Bible, sir?
We're all brothers. We're cousins.
It depends, brother. It depends. Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, we the Israelites of the Bible. Everybody else, they ain't our people, brother.
And
history, archaeology.
If you got time, bro, I'd love to talk to you about it. Can you take a flyer?
I can take a flyer. I'll be at church tomorrow.
Okay.
We all said
Oh yeah, we all follow.
nobody perfect.
Are you Mexican?
I'm a mud.
Well, what's your father?
Father is a Mexican.
Oh, okay.
He's a mud, right?
Is her father Mexican or Cuban? Cuban? She be from the tribe of Manasseh. You're from the tribe of Issachar.
You're from the
Y'all are
you're from the
Israelites,
12
man.
tribes.
Get out that church and come learn about your history, bro. We love you, man.
Yeah. Stay safe. And when out here, man, they would never know that keep the devil's work, keep the devil's kingdom. They've been doing it all along.
Now you remember when Paul said that the Israelites have a zeal for God, but not according to knowledge? That's that zeal that you see.
Yeah.
They say, I love God, I'm going to church, I'm doing all these righteous things in their own eyes. But if you ask them, what did God tell you to do? I don't know.
It's crazy,
That
right?
zeal, you have to remind them of what they used to know, because this used to be plainly known amongst the people. You knew that your God was only for your people. You prayed to God for your people to be liberated. You weren't praying for everybody else to be liberated. What crazy shit is that? I'm gonna pray for the man hanging my grandfather to be right there behind me in the kingdom. To we gonna have us a good time. Hell no. You see what I'm saying? This shit crazy. But the thing is, though, if they don't know this information, this is what they're gonna turn into. That's why we gotta let our people know, like, man, unless you an Israelite, this book ain't for you. Now I can't get that lineage for Christ, right? I'm gonna read it all the way through for you. As a matter of fact, hey y'all, I'm gonna go on the camera, come to camera. You don't give a fuck, man. I'm reading. Shit. No mention of her.
Okay.
Actually, no. I think
Boaz,
she's.
does it mention Boaz's wife?
Let me read. Let me read.
Okay, get to that. That's a solid point.
This is Matthew, chapter 1 and verse 1. The book of the generation of Jesus Christ,
Read.
the son of David, the son of Abraham. Abraham begot Isaac, and Isaac begot Jacob, and Jacob begot Judas and his brethren. And Judas begot Phares, and Zara of Thamar, and Phares begot Esrom, and Esrom begot Aram, and Aram begot Aminadab, and Aminadab begot Nasan, and Nasan begot Salmon, and Salmon begot Boaz of Rakah, and Boaz begot Obed of Ruth.
Of who?
Of Ruth.
But Ruth is a Moabite. Ruth is a Moabite.
So the person
She's
that
not even from that tribe.
so the person
No
that
one's gonna argue that.
yeah, the person that matters is Obed, the father. He's a
here's-
Judite.
But here's the thing: the argument is that Mary is from the tribe of Judah because she's mentioned next to Joseph as the wife of Joseph, and they say, well, she's mentioned as the wife of Joseph, but she got to be in there because she's of that tribe. Well, Ruth is not in the tribe she mentioned, so you have to say Ruth is also of that tribe. That's crazy, right?
Yeah.
It's contradictory. It don't belong.
That's why you are the seed of your father. Because it never makes sense.
Exactly.
Because you can never have two men come together and produce a baby.
Just because you're mentioned as the wife of somebody, that doesn't mean that you're part of that lineage.
That's right.
You're mentioned because you doing something. You're bringing forward a type of savior. David
Y'all
was
got
a
time for
savior.
Bible today? Couple minutes?
Ruth is David's great
All right,
grandmother.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? But David is an Israelite. He ain't a Moabite, right? You see what I'm saying?
So that's how Solomon is Israel.
That's how Yahushua.
That's why
Jesus Christ.
That's
is
why
an Israelite.
I know it sounds repetitive when we keep going to Numbers 1 and 18. You're the house of your father, the seed of your father, the house of your father, the seed of your father. But we have to keep saying that because people will understand up until you talk about Christ. And all of a sudden, well, what about Mary? What about the spirit that basically sired him in Mary's womb? It's like, wait a minute. I thought your nationality was determined by the seed of your father. And the only Judite in this whole equation is not the angel or Mary. It's Joseph. So how could Jesus have, how could immaculate conception be a thing when an angel has no lineage? And Mary is not even a Judite.
Neither is,
Now you see the deception. It's layers to it. But see, as you understand it, now when you hear it, you're immune to it. Now they can't lie to you. And you saw they went through the whole tool bag of lies. They tried it all. I'm a spiritual Israelite. Israelites live in my land. We didn't sell y'all, even though they did. You see what I'm saying? I'll put the Bible down. They even tried that shit. They did the whole tool bag.
That's something you should be writing down, sister, when it comes, so you won't be deceived. What he just said. Because if Mary mentioned next to her husband, means that she is of that tribe. You have to say the same thing with Ruth, right?
Yep.
But David is not identified as a Moabite, and that's his great grandmother.
And I have a question, right? If Jacob was the first Israelite, or he's Israel, he's not even an Israelite, because to be an Israelite means you descend from Israel. So if his wife was not an Israelite, which she wasn't because there were no Israelites, and if her womb determines the seed line of the children, how are they all Israelites?
Exactly. That's crazy.
Jacob's wife is not an Israelite. Because he would have had to sleep with his own sister, or actually his own daughter, in order to produce Israelites, according to that understanding.
And that would be incest. You can't do that. It's against the law.
It would be incest, and it still would determine the seed line of the kids. You see how crazy that is? But the thing is, if you know the truth, it all makes sense.
And it'll set you free.
So I'm going to keep going, right? Because we're going all the way back, right? Verse 6, and actually, verse 5. And Salmon begot Booz of Rechab, and Booz begot Obed of Ruth, and Obed begot Jesse, and Jesse begot David the king, and David the king begot Solomon, of her that had been of the wife of Beres. And Solomon begot Rehoboam, and Rehoboam begot Abiah, and Abiah begot Asa, and Asa begot Jehoshaphat, and Jehoshaphat begot Joram, and Joram begot Ozias, and Ozias begot Jotham, and Jotham begot Achaz, and Achaz begot Ezekias, and Ezekias begot Manasseh, and Manasseh begot Ammon, and Ammon begot Josias, and Josias begot Jeconias, and his brethren, about the time they were carried away to Babylon. So it's even giving you points of time here. So you see, Yahushai's lineage even existed in the Babylonian captivity, right? And after they were brought to Babylon, Janias begot Salathiel, and Salathiel, Zerubbabel. That name sound familiar? Zerubbabel, the governor of Judah, when they were rebuilding the second temple. That's Yahushai's ancestor. You see the figures in his lineage? Now you know why Zerubbabel was the governor of the Israelites. Only reason why he wasn't the king is because they were under the Persians. If there was no Persian captivity at that time, he would have been the king of Israel. Right? And Zerubbabel begot Abiud, and Abiud begot Eliakim, and Eliakim begot Azor, and Azor begot Sadak, and Sadak begot Akim, and Akim begot Eliad, and Eliad begot Eleazar, and Eleazar begot Matan, and Matan begot Jacob, and Jacob begot Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Yahushai, who is called the Hamashiach.
The of whom is referring to Joseph right there.
Now you see, if you just read, a lot of these lies vanish.
And you still got to read it for yourself.
I am.
Yeah, make sure you read it. But it's Matthew 1. So now when you see these heathen talking about immaculate conception, you know they don't read. And that's the problem. They've got their own doctrine, and they're just going, this is what it is. Instead of reading the Bible and going, this is what the Bible says. Because you notice that heathen, when he was getting cut, he said, put the Bible down. He said that shit like 10 times. He kept saying, put it down, put it down. But why am I going to put the sharpest weapon in my arsenal down? I'm eviscerating you. I'm going to put this down? Hell no. I'm going to keep impaling you on this sharp-ass sword. No,
They'll be breaking the commandment too, because we're commanded to read, let this be our words.
Yeah.
The words of the Most High. We cannot speak unless it's according to this word. If we do, there's no light in us.
You know what I'm saying? So that was a good build, man. I don't get heathen that stop for a long period of time and have a thirst for knowledge. But normally, I will say this, Ethiopians tend to stop a lot longer because they think, because they fought off the advances of the white man, that we all of a sudden best friends.
Right.
But see, when you know your history, you could tell them like, hey man, you ain't our friends.
At all.
The way that you got your independence was you sold us out to the white man.
Right.
That's why the white man left you alone, because there was no reason for him to keep persecuting y'all. You ain't got nothing to give him. When you compare what they could give to compare to what we gave, you see what we gave to the white man? All the cars they drove or drive now, we invented cars. The Patterson Car Company, 2 black men, we invented that shit. We invented the light bulb, telecommunications, the telephone, computers, supercomputers, the internet. We invented all that shit.
Liquor.
Why did he think the white man car taught him to read and stuff.
Cooning, that's all. The white man ain't teach them how to read because the white man had no spoken language. See, I didn't even want to go into that because that's a dead end. Why am I going to talk about people who don't matter?
But you see what he was saying though? He was trying to convince us that he hates the white man. Don't even, that's irrelevant. You're not the white man's target. The Negroes are.
You called it right. But see, here's the thing though. I don't have to talk about the other nations because the other nations ain't got shit to do with me. All I know is all of our adversaries are going to be devoured, and those that sold us into slavery are going to bite their ass into slavery.
That's right.
That's all I got to know. You don't have to know all that extra shit. The extra shit is the cherry on top. I ain't going to lie. It feels good to do that to the end. But here's the thing, though. You don't need all that. All you need is these scriptures. That's all you need.
So the enemies are the white man, the Chinese,
We
the
gonna,
Japanese.
no, we ain't forgot, sister. We going right now.
The West
Psalm
Indies.
83.
The West Indians, those are people. That's Benjamin. That's Benjamin. So we gonna read it right now. We gonna go down Psalm 83. And this is to the camera. We normally don't get to build like that with people, man. The heathen be trying to get up out the area real quick, man. You know what I'm saying? The moment you bring out that Zephaniah 2 and 12, they ask to be running, boy, them Ethiopians. But see, every once and again, you'll come across some who read their version of the Bible. You see what I'm saying? See, it's not that they have no understanding whatsoever. It's just they don't have the correct understanding. And you have to be able to know the difference. And the way you gonna know the difference is keeping the commandments. You won't learn a damn thing unless you keep the commandments.
That's right.
You won't learn nothing. Go ahead and start it with.
Book of Psalms, chapter 83, verse 1.
Bring it out.
Keep not thou silence, O God. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For lo, thy enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up thy head. Verse 3. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come, and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance.
Keep going. I'll keep going, man.
Verse 5. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee.
Now, hold on right there. So when it says they are confederate against thee, remember how we said the Ethiopians and the Hamites were selling us to the white man? That's that confederation. I've been my time. But that's that confederation that I was talking about. See, they've always been teammates. See, they hate each other, but when it comes to hating us, they can put that to the side. That's why King David, he prayed repeatedly in the book of Psalms that the Most High God preserve him in the midst of his enemies. Because even though his enemies were at peace at that time, because David had made them servants, that didn't mean that they couldn't rise up and click up and try to make war against us. And the way that we saw that is not in David's rule or even Solomon's rule. We saw that in Rehoboam's rule, when the Edomites were one of the first groups to get roused up. And you know, if the white man get roused up, he ain't coming at you by himself. He going to get help. And that's exactly what started happening. They started getting besieged on all sides by the Syrians, by the Assyrians, or not just the Assyrians, but then you had the Assyrians and their counterparts, like the Moabites, the Ammonites. You had all these different nations starting to rise up and click up and come fight. And it was even worse when we didn't have our Northern Kingdom brothers to back us up. That would be like if all three of us are rolling deep, and all of a sudden we start arguing, and then we see an enemy coming toward us, and they got 20 niggas with them. And we arguing, and y'all two leaving, I'm all by myself. You see what I'm saying? That's what has happened to Israel every time. Even in 70 AD, we had a civil war going on between the Israelites. We had different factions. And you know about those factions. Who are the Pharisees and the Sadducees? You see what I'm saying? We were at war with one another. That's why we have this group called the Sakari. Sakari just means dagger. The Sakari were a group of assassins who were killing coons and people who were fighting against their own people and siding with the Romans.
And Romans.
Yeah, this goes back to ancient times.
It's in our Bible. It's in here. They have Paul confused with one of them.
See, you got to search these scriptures. You know what I'm saying? Because all the history in here, that's why the heathen tell you to put the Bible down.
I read the book of Acts. They thought Paul was one of them. They thought he was an Egyptian because he was so dark.
Yeah. But the Sicarios are literally a faction of Israelites who were zealots. A zealot is somebody who is damn near fanatical about their belief. And if you step against their belief, they'll kill you.
Extremists.
Yeah. So now you're seeing why we bear this, this insignia. Because we serious about this shit. And you gotta be willing to stand in the midst of your enemies and tell them, nigga, you wrong. Keep going, bro.
They are confederate against these. The tabernacles of Edom.
We're gonna go one by one. The Edomites, you know who they are, right? Who are they? Esau, the white man, right? Keep going.
And the Ishmaelites.
Who are the Ishmaelites? How you doing, brother? You got time for the Bible? Your father a white man?
Ishmaelites.
See, I noticed you laughed at the Bible, but you the one with a cane. So I don't know what you're doing all that laughing for.
Muhammad.
But yeah, the Ishmaelites are the descendants of Ishmael. Remember you had Abraham?
Okay, yeah, Abraham.
Yeah, so you had Ishmael, who was the father of the so-called Arabs.
Okay.
Who? Their religion is Islam, primarily.
Yeah, but God promised to make them like
A great nation, and he had 12 princes. Yes, Ishmael had 12 princes. It mirrors Jacob, but they're not chosen.
Right.
And you can see that in Galatians 4.
That
Galatians
jealousy burned though. That jealousy burned for the inheritance.
Hold on, you know? Okay, cool, keep going.
Of Edom. And the Ishmaelites of Moab.
You know who Moab is, right? The Chinese. So you remember Lot. You remember Lot and his daughters? He had, basically his daughters got him drunk and had those incest babies. Who are the only people on the planet who look like they got Down syndrome and they regular?
The eyes look.
Hey, we gonna be outright and real with it, because that's what it is. It's Mongolism. That's what it is. It's Mongolism. The squinty eyes, small jaws, crooked teeth. That's Mongolism. That's why they look like that. They're the sons of Lot.
Passed down.
It is what it is. Just be real about it. You know it, sister. There you go.
Look.
See? And that's part of the problem with the church. They soft about the Bible. You're supposed to be hard with it. No dick, right? You know what I'm saying? But you're supposed to be upfront with it. That's why our people are confused. Because everybody thinks they're a child of God, and they're not. The Israelites are the children of God. And now that we know that we're the Israelites, we have to tell the other nations well. That's why if you got a Chinese man standing in front of you talking about he's a Christian, you got to let him know you a Moabite. You ain't even allowed in the congregation. So how the fuck you going to be chosen to God? Slocky, I know your child is here, sorry. You know what I'm saying? How you going to be chosen to God when you're not even allowed to come give a sacrifice to God? God don't even want you there because you retarded. I'm just being real. The Bible says a mamzer or a literal incest baby cannot enter into the congregation. That's not me. God said that.
I'm left to the 10th generation.
People be mad at us for spitting the word. I'm just telling you what God said. What you mad at me for? You got to remember, it's unclean to be that way. Now you see why when the white man, he put us on those sex farms. Because when they outlawed the slave trade, he was killing so many of his slaves that he had to refresh the slave population. So he put us on breeding farms. And one of the things he would do is he would put a hood over my head and a hood over my sister's head. And he would put us in the same room and force us to have sex together. To produce strong offspring. That's why you got big dumb people walking around, right? You see what I'm saying? That's why a lot of Jakes, you'll see a Jake, he like 280, he's 6'8". He big as a house, but he dumb as a rock. Because that's where he come from. That inbreed. That's why Esau did that. That's why the Bible says the accuser of our brethren is cast down. He did that because he knows the Most High God won't even allow you to give him a sacrifice. He knows that. So he's trying to put charges on your rap sheet that you can't wipe away. And being a product of incest is one of them. Why do you think Christ said, behold, I make all things new? Why do you think you have to be given a new body? Now does it make sense? Because corruption cannot inherit incorruption. Remember Paul said that in 1 Corinthians? So what if you got a corrupt family line? What if your father had children with his sister in slavery? Now you descend from a line of mamzers or incest babies. But you're still an Israelite. So how's God going to renew you and save you? He has to cut out the corruption, meaning he has to get rid of the vessels. He's got to give you a new one. Because the spirit isn't touched by that, but the vessel line is. And you can't clean that up unless you kill all the males and then they come back through another male of that same lineage. The tribe of Judah. So say I don't have a son. That don't mean my soul never comes back in a new vessel. That just means I'll come back in another line.
Third and fourth generation.
Third and fourth generation.
That's what our Bible says.
Now you're starting to see why God is moving the way he's moving.
Yeah.
Because his ways are what? Not our ways. But when you understand how God is moving all these pieces, then the heathen can't talk to you with worldly values because it don't make any sense according to the scriptures. Now, had I told those Cushites that, they wouldn't have understood that. They just wouldn't. That's the meat that we talk about. And that's like, I'm gonna be honest, sister, there's things in the Bible, I read it, I just go, I don't know what that means. I have to go to my teachers and go, hey, what that mean? I know you've read things, you're like, what that mean? And you just sit there, you're like, yo, like, who can I ask this question to?
Disciples have to do the same thing with Yahweh Shai until they understood.
Yeah.
But they did understand. They accepted the book and they read it.
You know what I'm saying? But keep going, brother. There's a little bit more.
Hungarians.
The Hagarenes are sons of Hagar. Now, I have a question. Does it say who Hagar's husband is in the Bible? No. So it's this group here. I'm going to show you the way their name is spelled. Right? So you have Ishmael, Moab. You have the Ishmaelites, Moab, and the Hagarenes.
Doing all right, too?
The Hagarenes are the sons of Hagar. Hagar is a woman. That's the mother of Ishmael. So those would be Ishmael's brothers. But do you know who the Hagarenes' fathers are? No. So who are they? They're mixed in amongst the Arabs. They probably look similar, but they probably have little differences here and there. But shit, they ain't our people, so we don't care. Because they united to oppress us as well. See, one of the things that our people have to understand, and I'm saying this to my camera, you have to drop this notion of trying to know everything about your enemies. Especially when you know next to nothing about your own people.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? You going to college, they gonna teach you everything about all the other nations, but they'll never teach you anything about yourself. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? Thou sayest. Christ's gonna do the same thing to y'all. Oh. Alright, what you doing right? Alright, go ahead.
Gabal.
Gabal is a city in Edom. So these are more Edomites. Keep going, brother.
And Ammon.
You know who Ammon is, right? You have Moab and Ammon. Moab is the Chinese. Ammon, or the Ammonites, are the Japanese. Right? Now, Ammon is a little harder to find, like books and historical proof of who they are. Because I'm gonna tell you, a lot of these nations, they do a lot of work to like erase that trail. Right? But like for Moab, you can look at something called the Moabite stone. It's a stone that literally has a Chinese face on it, and it has like Phoenician script on it. So you can tell that it was dated at the time when we were in our homeland and we knew who we were, and it designates them as the Moabites. It's called the Moabite stone. The Ammonites, there's some evidence. I'm still looking for it though. There was a book that I really wanted to get. It's called Who Are the Ammonites? I was trying to find it for free because I ain't got no money, right? But I can't find it. But I'll find it eventually. You know what I'm saying? But keep going, brother.
And Amalek.
Amalek. You know who Amalek is, right? That's the grandson of Esau. Esau had a son named Eliphaz. Eliphaz in the Hebrew means my God is gold. His son is Amalek. And he is the chief house of the Edomites. And Amalek is also the people over in Israel today.
That's right.
And you know this because they have a pejorative that they hate to be called. And it's called a kike. K-A-R-K-I-K-E. And the reason why they hate being called that is because it stands for Amalekite. So if you're calling them a kite, you're literally saying you're an Amalekite. And I don't mean that in the pejorative sense you do, so don't start tripping. This is for historical purposes. Shit, my channel already got like 2 or 3 strikes and shit, man. I'm trying to keep this shit up. But, keep going, brother.
The Philistines.
You know the Philistines, all right? They're Hamites. So you remember like Goliath and all them? Yeah, the people in Gath. Like, and there are tribes on the earth who are known for being really big, really tall, and having 6 fingers and 6 toes. Giants. That's actually a human thing that they found out. When people get to a certain size, there is a so-called birth defect that can happen when you have an extra finger. And it has a full nervous system in it. So you can literally move it around like your other digits. That's what Goliath had. He had 6 fingers and 6 toes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Keep going, bro.
With the inhabitants of Tyre.
Tyre is just more Hamites. Alright? Keep going.
Ashur.
Asur is the first son of Shem, and he is the father of the Assyrians. Alright? Knowing who these people are is very important because they are mentioned throughout the Old Testament specifically. And if you don't know who they are, and all of a sudden they start making claims and you're looking at what they say, you might be looking at them as if they're speaking with authority the words of God. There's an example of that in the book of Job. Job's friends were a mixed mash of different nations. Job had a Temanite for a friend. Well, who are the Temanites? They're the sons of Esau. You see? But some of the things that he said, I forget his name, but some of the things that Temanite said, that's actually wise wisdom. But the thing is, though, he was making accusations toward Job, which made him unrighteous. That's why at the end of Job, Job had to make a sacrifice on all of their behalf. Because they were in danger of judgment for condemning Job when he was righteous. And Job had to make a supplication to the Lord to basically have them be forgiven. Right? Keep going, brother.
Is also joined with them. They have Hopen, the children of Lot.
Now, this is just restating. Who are the children of Lot?
That's not the incest, eh?
Well, no, it's the same children that are already mentioned, Ammon and Moab. That's why he just said, like Asur is joined onto them, and the children of Lot are with them as well. So they had direct relations with, or direct alliances with Ammon and Moab. That's all it's saying. You know what I'm saying? So now that you know who the children of God are and who the enemies of God are, in a real world sense, when people come up saying that they're a so-called child of God, you can ask them, who is your father? Where are you from? Now, you know that there's layers to it. Just because you're from China don't mean you're not an Israelite. Because there are Israelites in China. You just got to know what they're called. See? But the way to find that is, and unfortunately, you just got to dig. You got to know who they were called before. So like in Thailand, the Manic people, they were called Negritos. Negrito means little black person. They were also called pygmies in some of the areas of the world. Right? Now, they rub it in our faces in video games. There's a game called Dark Souls. Right? And the world was created by the Dark Pygmies. But nobody knows the Dark Pygmies are the Negroes. So when we say that they literally are saying black people created this virtual world in this video game, people think we're crazy. But if you know history, that's exactly what they're saying. But it's in plain sight. And most people don't know that. And most people damn sure ain't gonna read about it. Now you see how this knowledge, it can make you alone amid a bunch of people. Because ain't nobody gonna follow that breadcrumb trail unless God put it in their heart to follow. And that's how you know you might be dealing with an Israelite. Because the Bible says, Israel by name hath kept thy precepts, but not the heathen. Got time for the Bible, brother? I saw you try to hide, man. If I was a big booty white woman, you'd stop. I know, absolutely, because you a coon. Absolutely. Cooning ain't new, brother. You ain't the first one to do it, and you ain't the last. I just wish y'all would put on a raccoon costume or something, so we can point you niggas out as soon as we see you. Not waste the time. Shit.
An hour late. Man.
approach some of the heathen? Yeah. See, there's all these layers to it, and the more you know, the more care you have to take. Because, again, some of them look like other nations, but they're not other nations. Okay, I have a question for you, right? Say a Chinese man, like, who that dude, China Mac? You know who he is, right? So he's a Chinese rapper. Everything in China Mac's past, if you know about him, says that he's an Israelite. His dad was part of the damn Chinese triads. What's one of the curses on Judah? Evil eye towards your brothers. Who the triads fight? Other Chinese gangs. Brother on brother violence. He grew up in poverty. He was also in and out of jail. Who are the people thrown in prisons and in traps? The Israelites. So now if he come up here, he got his cap, fitted cap on, he got the street dress, he trying to emulate Judah. But he says he's Chinese. But then all of a sudden I find out he's Manchurian. Oh, so you an Israelite. But see, everybody around you, including other Israelites, might say, no, he's Chinese, what are you talking about? Now you see the dilemma. Now you see who Paul was sent to. Don't it make more sense? He's sent to Israelites living in other nations. What you think they look like? They look like the people of the other nations. Now you start to see why Paul's job was so difficult. Because Paul had to go to other nations, preach this word, and people had to resonate with the scriptures. But at that time, people knew who they were, so they could go, I'm an Israelite by blood because I go back to so-and-so. But in today's world, don't nobody know. And if you're an Israelite, you damn sure don't know. Because that's part of the criteria for being an Israelite. You're discontinued from your heritage. Now you really starting to see this shit ain't easy. And you might offend somebody enough to kill you. Because who was killing the prophets again? The Israelites. See?
Which is the reason why Sakari had to rise up.
Yeah. They had to rise up against their own people and the Romans.
They was cooning
Hard. Hard.
traitors amongst Judas amongst us.
That's why you heard me say that to that brother. Cooning ain't new. Ain't never been new. Alexander the Greek, his right-hand man, Cletus the nigger, a black man from the tribe of Judah, was his right-hand man, formulated most of his battle strategies, saved his life in the heat of battle. Wouldn't even have been a Greece if it wasn't for him, because Cletus the Black saved his life. And guess what Alexander the Greek did to Cletus the Black? Killed him in a drunken fit of rage.
Isn't that crazy?
Ain't that fucking crazy? You save a crack of life, he turn around and kill you. But what God say about your enemies? Never trust thine enemy. Jake learned slow. And that's why Jake keep dying.
Well, God says let the Bible be true and every man a liar.
Yeah, ain't it?
So he ain't lied to us.
Now what if I told you that a lot of those Spartans were our people?
It was us.
The Lacedaemonians, they lived in Sparta. The Lacedaemonians are brethren of the Jews. That's in the book of 1 Maccabees. So you wonder why 300 men were able to hold off the hordes of the damn Persian Empire. Because they were Israelites. Some of them anyway, not all of them. But some of them were. That's why on their shields they had a big old L that stands for Lacedaemonians. The Lacedaemonians, those are people. And the more you dig, sister, the more information you're going to find, and the more information it's going to prime you to go search out. It never ends. But what did the Bible tell you not to do? Not to waste your time on useless genealogical searches. Endless questions about genealogy. I'm supposed to try your spirit by the Bible. And that'll tell me if you're an Israelite or not. Get straight to the point. I'm going to get to your spirit. Because the spirit don't change, even though the flesh does.
That's right.
Now you see it. And now you're getting just a glimpse at the suffering of the Israelites. Because it wasn't just here. It's been all over the earth. And God kept track of all of it. All of it. That's why, what's one of the first orders of Christ when he returns? Give me Matthew 25. We about to wrap it up. And this is to the camera. If you just actually sit down and study a little bit. You ain't got to study a lot. Take 4 hours out the week and study, man. And teach. Make sure you teach. Because if you ain't teaching, you're not going to refresh the knowledge that you've actually learned. That's the best way to relearn what you've actually been taught yourself, is to teach it to somebody else.
They won't let me teach them.
Who?
My family.
Oh, a prophet is not honored in his own nation. Jesus Christ told you that. Start at 31 and read to about...
Book of Matthew, chapter 25, verse 31.
Bring it up!
When the Son of Man shall come in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory. Verse 32. And before him shall be gathered all nations, and he shall separate them one from another.
Wait, I thought we were all going to be together.
He shall separate them one from another.
No, we all one big old family.
He shall separate them one from another.
We're going to be separated by the Messiah. Keep going, brother.
As a shepherd divided his sheep from the goats. Verse 33. And he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. Then shall the king say unto them, unto his right hand, Come, blessed of my father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundations of the world.
Now, I want you to turn over and...
Verse 44. Then shall they also answer him, saying, Lord, when saw
Next verse.
Verse 45. Then shall he answer them, saying, Verily, I say unto you, inasmuch as ye did it not to one of the least of these, ye did it not to me.
Okay, hold on right there. So what Yahushua basically said is, when I was hungry, you fed me. When I was thirsty, you gave me drink. He's talking to the sheep on the right, the righteous Israelites who are being welcomed into the kingdom. You know what I'm saying? And they're asking, well, when did we actually do anything beneficial to you? Because Yahushua is literally saying, hey man, you basically did all these great things for me. But a lot of our people don't realize when you do it to the least of the Israelites, it's like you're doing it to the Most High God himself. Right? That's what Yahushua is saying. So when you go out of your way to uplift your own people, make sure somebody has something to eat, something to drink, something to keep them warm, it's like you're doing it to the Messiah himself. Remember what I said? I'm a very selfish man when I do this work. I said that. And I know a lot of people go, what the hell does he mean? He seems to be able to give away everything. But that's because I want my crown. I'm serious. Dead serious. Keep going.
Verse 46. And these shall go away into everlasting punishment, but the righteous into life eternal.
Wait, did we get the ones with the left?
No.
No?
You jumped too far ahead.
Yeah, we
But
did.
it's still the same understanding, because he's just giving judgment to that's judgment to the goats.
Yeah.
Because what the goats did to the people of God, they wronged them. They doing what you see today, and he says, you did it to me. So you're gonna go into everlasting damnation. And the righteous, what we're doing, what you see the brothers, the preachers doing, he's saying you're gonna go into eternal life because you did it to me. The goodness you did it to me. He's saying that to the sheep. That's the brother.
Actually, I'm just going to get it real quick, but I'm going to go to Zechariah 1. Yeah, can you get Zechariah 1 for time? Right. But, yeah, this is Matthew, chapter 25 and verse 41. Then shall he say unto them on the left hand, Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. And then he goes on to say, when I was hungry, you didn't feed me. When I was thirsty, you didn't give me drink. When I was naked, you didn't clothe me. You got time for Bible, brother? No? All right. Thou says. You're the black Hispanic American ain't free anyway. So you see that, doing good to your people according to the gospel, that's gold. Literally. Can you imagine missing out on the kingdom of heaven because you couldn't give your brother a ride to the airport? You couldn't feed him? You couldn't give him a bottle of water when you saw him struggling? There are people out here who are literally going to miss out on the kingdom because they're an asshole. I'm gonna say it the way it is because they're douche bags and dickheads. You know what I'm saying? They're not selfless at all. And what were we ordered to do by Paul? We're supposed to love. We're supposed to love each other as Christ loved the church. He gave his life for the church, right? And what greater love is there than that? Than to lay down your life for your friends and your family and your people. There is no greater love than that. That's why Yahushua was telling people, be selfless. That's why he washed his disciples' feet. That's why he took the time to explain everything to his disciples. Because he said, unto them, the parables, he said, unto them it's not given, but unto you it is. The understanding is for you disciples at this time. And once I've departed, or once I've commissioned you to go forward, then shall you preach the word. And those who might not have understanding and hear you, they might come into understanding. Because you're going to be there to teach you. See? Yeah. And that's how we can say that with confidence. The brother brought out a good point. Many are called, but few are chosen. Very few. Like a wave to a drop in the ocean. It's literally in Ezra, second Ezra. That's how many people are going to be saved. You talking about getting a cup of water out of the ocean and going, that's it. Everybody else, good luck. Right? But I know that's in early Zechariah. I thought it was in Zechariah 2. That's what I was saying. That's what maybe I could just point it out. I didn't even read Zechariah again. Did you learn a lot this lesson?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, praise.
Definitely.
Oh, praise. You know what I'm saying? That's why I be telling people, man, this to my camera. Tell your ass come to camp, bro. You don't come to camp, you ain't gonna learn the shit you need to know, man. I mean, it is what it is, though. There it is. I got it. This is Zechariah, chapter 2 and verse 8. For thus, actually, start at 7. Deliver thyself, O Zion, that dwellest with the daughter of Babylon. For thus saith the Lord of hosts, after the glory hath he sent me unto the nations, which spoiled you. For he that toucheth you, toucheth the apple of my eye. So the Most High God said, look, those who touch you, it's like they doing it to me. Remember, I keep saying, God saw every lash that was on our back. Every time they raped us, every time they burned us, every time they separated families. He saw it all of it. You gotta remember, God ain't losing track of none of this shit. See, we're so traumatized, we don't even want to remember it, even when we're given the opportunity to learn about it. But God's like, oh no, don't worry, I got something for him. See? Give me Amos 3. Right? Because this is something that pairs with this very well. And it's something you've heard before, you're going to keep hearing it. God ain't dealing with nobody else. That's why we have to keep reminding these other nations, you don't have a God. And I know that that's rough to say to somebody who calls himself going to church, paying all that damn money, getting on his knees at night, praying to a God that ain't listening. I know it's hard for them to take that, but it's the truth. Start at 1 and then read down to 3.
Book of Amos, chapter 3, verse 1.
Bring it out.
Hear this word that the Lord has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family, which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known.
Say that again.
You only have I known.
No, God loves everybody.
You only have I known.
No, we a big old family and God is welcoming everybody to the kingdom.
You only have I known.
God only knows us. Keep going.
Of all the families of the earth. Therefore, I will punish you for all your iniquities.
Now you see why we got it so tough. Now you see why we just can't catch a break. Because God is like, yo, you my kids. When your kids mess up at school, who was in trouble? Everybody are your kids. Your kids. It is what it is. See, and this is to the camera, man. To y'all people who make this shit personal, man, ain't nothing personal with this. It's personal with God. If you think God should take all the nations in, take that up with him. But keep that out in my comments, man, because they ain't got shit to do with it. Right? Because every time you talk about this type of stuff online, man, people get offended. Because they truly want to believe that the white man going to be right there in the kingdom of heaven, making unseasoned chicken, putting raisins in potato salad, fucking everything up. They really want to believe that. Not understanding he going to be in the kingdom, but he going to be a slave.
Facts.
And then after his slavery is done, he going to be eliminated.
But they think when you say white man, they think we're talking about anybody who's pigment is white.
Correct.
That's how they taking it.
See, if they understood the terminology of Edomite, I'd use that term. I would prefer to use it. But the majority of people have no context for when we say Esau or Edom or Edomites or Idumeans. They have no context. So it is wasteful for us to use names and terminology that people don't know. But, do you have any questions? Because we're about to close up. All right, y'all. So, you got a favorite scripture to bring up?
It's not a favorite, but there's something in my heart.
Yeah.
Not Matthew, Salakia. Acts,
Okay.
chapter 15.
Want me to get it for you?
Yeah, get that for me.
Acts
Let me
15.
get Acts chapter 10. And this really just going back to what was said earlier. That the man was saying concerning the Gentiles.
I'm sorry, man. My Bible is so, like, delicate in places. Damn. All right, cool.
Because brother was making a point earlier, sister, who is the Gentiles? And you might hear these conversations and you'll hear the word Gentiles and it's misused. And the conversation continues with a misused word that is not understood, nor is it being used properly according to the Bible. Because the Bible tells us who the Gentiles are. There's more than one type of Gentile. Did you know that? She like,
What? Yeah, can we spend a little bit more time and answer that question?
Did you know that there was more than one type of Gentile?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, read what you got. And that's why I'm bringing this out right here. And so, in Acts, New Testament, in Acts chapter 15, we have all the elders, all the leaders of all the heads of Israel have got together, one council. This is even James, the brother of Jesus. They're all here. And look what Peter says. Before he read that, though, I'm going to read when Peter came to a Gentile for the first time, named Cornelius. You familiar with that? Okay, you know who Cornelius is?
He's a high ruler.
Cornelius was a Roman centurion that Peter came to with the vision of the four-legged creatures of all the earth, on the four corners of the earth. Peter had a vision.
Yes.
And he says, "Rise, Peter, eat."
Yes.
Okay, and that's interpreted by the other nations that you can eat whatever you want, but that's not what that was talking about. No, that was talking about a people. Yeah, that had nothing to do with eating meat or any kind of food. So I'm gonna get that for you real quick. I'm gonna tell you, you believe that Peter had the Spirit? Did Peter have the Holy Spirit? The disciple Peter, he had the Holy Spirit, right? We believe that too. Look, check this out. In Acts chapter 10, it says, this is the book of Acts chapter 10, and I'm gonna read verse 28. It's a lot.
Yeah, turn your back to it, man. That's what happened.
It says, one more page. Bear with me, sister. The wind is here we go. The book of Acts chapter 10, I'm gonna read I'm gonna start at verse 25. And as Peter was coming in, Cornelius met him and fell down at his feet and worshiped him. Verse 26. But Peter took him up, saying, Stand up, I myself also am a man. And as he talked with them, he went in and found many there come up together. And he said unto them, Ye know how that it is unlawful thing for a man that is a Jew to keep company, or come unto another nation. But God has shown me, this is the part where he's interpreted the vision. He says, God has shown me that I should not call any man common or unclean. That's interpretation of the vision. He wasn't talking about meats and foods. He's talking about another man, because we're likened to, the other nations are likened to unclean animals, like he spoke earlier. An unclean animal is likened unto people. Clean animal is likened unto the chosen people. Just like a tree is likened unto the chosen people. An olive tree. A lily flower. The dove. This is likened unto Israelites. You see, God speaking parables, idioms, allegories. Right? Well, this is, Peter understood this. Peter did know the law, right? That's why he said what he's saying. He's saying, hey, it's not lawful for me, a Jew, to come to another nation. Who's the other nation? Gentiles. Cornelius is of the lost tribe. In the Greek, it says Cornelius is of the 12 tribes. You know Cornelius is a Gentile because he was separated from the tribes. That's when Brother brought up earlier. The 10 tribes were separated from the 2 tribes, but God left one tribe, which was Benjamin. Remember he said that earlier? Yeah. Well, Cornelius is of those 10 tribes. That's why they're considered Gentiles, because they went astray, led astray by idolatry. That's spoken through the prophet Hosea. Yeah, so I just want you to understand, Peter is saying to Cornelius, a lost sheep of the house of Israel, it's not lawful for us to come to another nation, which is Gentiles who are going astray. But God has shown me the vision, in chapter 10, the vision, that I should not call any man common unclean. But check this out, and then he's going to read. This is the last interpretation of that dream. He says right here, in verse 34, then Peter opened his mouth and said, of a truth, I perceive, meaning he perceived, or what's going on, what the Spirit is showing him, I perceive. God is no respecter of persons, but in every nation, he that feareth him and worketh righteousness is accepted with him. The word nations is referring to the 12 tribes in the Greek. I don't know why it's not translated that, but read what you got, brother. Sure.
This is Acts 15 and 4.
Now understand, right here, Peter is speaking again. This is 5 chapters later. Peter is still talking about this vision. Read.
And when there had been much disputed, Peter rose up and said unto them, men and brethren, ye know how that a good while ago God made choice among us, that the Gentiles by my mouth.
By whose mouth?
By my mouth.
That's Peter. The Gentiles by Peter's mouth. You said they say Paul was sent to the Gentiles, but later on when Peter was given the vision, he was sent too by his mouth. Read.
Sure, I'll say it again. So, Peter rose up and said unto them, men and brethren, you know how that a good while ago God made choice among us, that the Gentiles by my mouth should hear the word of the gospel and believe.
So the word of the gospel to the Gentiles by his mouth are the lost tribes. They're being called Gentiles. Why? Because we went astray. But Peter was sent to the Gentiles also. You see what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with Romans who are oppressing them at that time. But he said, brethren and men. He's talking about the men amongst them. The brethren amongst them who are Israelites. That's what I have.
No, you good. So I'm going to bring out 2 things.
Okay, so the Samaritans?
Yeah, because you got to remember, the land of Samaria is where the northern kingdom lived. Remember the woman at the well? Remember she said, art thou greater than my father Jacob to Yahushua?
She's of the lost, she's part of the Gentiles.
That's right.
But Yahushua was talking to her, not Peter. He sent his disciples away. So Peter didn't even hear that conversation. But now, Peter is sent to go to that woman's people. You see what I'm saying? That's why Jesus was talking to him, because he knew his disciples would trip. And when they came back, they did trip. They did. They was like, why is he talking to her? But she's of the lost sheep. Why do you think that is? But when it comes to that Greek woman, he ain't even talk to her. He wasn't even trying to talk to her.
That Canaanite woman. He was
That Canaanite woman, Salaki.
It says she's a Greek Syro-Phoenician.
Right.
Yeah, so she was Greek by nationality, but she was a Canaanite by ethnicity.
I don't care what she was.
You see how confusing it gets? See, it's only like that because it's been rewritten and translated into language where you have to deduce, like you have to look in, research, and deduce, okay, she's a Canaanite. When back in the day, you would just say who your forefather was, and that was it.
Right.
But when the white man took over, he started putting titles on everybody.
Right.
So now people calling themselves Syro-Phoenicians. They're calling themselves after languages because Phoenician is a language. See what I'm saying?
Changing the rules and regulations.
So I'm going to read something out of Ephesians, and I'm going to go back to Acts, right? This is Ephesians, chapter 2 and verse 11. Wherefore remember that ye being in time past, Gentiles in the flesh, who are called uncircumcision, by that which is called circumcision, in the flesh made by hands. So wait a second, what is that saying? How are we sometimes Gentiles in the flesh? What would make me a Gentile in the flesh?
We act out of sin.
What's one of the sins that would make you a Gentile? What's one of the first commandments in the Bible? What's the first and greatest commandment?
Thou shalt have no other God.
Correct. What if you had another God before the Most High? What would that make you? A Gentile.
It makes you a Gentile.
Because you're living in somebody else's land, worshiping their God. That's why you'd be called a Gentile. In the flesh. That's why what the Israelites were doing, the Israelites who had moved out of Judea and took up residence in another country or land, we were calling them Gentiles. And we were treating them with disrespect and hostility. That's why they had to send the apostles to the Gentiles, like Paul. That's why Yahushua didn't just speak to the woman of Samaria. He abode in Samaria 2 days, and many believed on him. Right? Let me finish this. Right? I'll just reread it. This is Ephesians 2 and 11. Wherefore remember that ye being in time past Gentiles in the flesh, who are called uncircumcision, by that which is called the circumcision, in the flesh made by hands, that at the time ye were without Christ, being alien from the commonwealth of Israel. What would make you alien from the commonwealth of your nation? Living somewhere else. Because you got to remember, your inheritance was the land that was given from your forefather down to your other forefather, eventually down to you. What if you left that land and it was just vacant and somebody else took it over? Now you don't have an inheritance. That makes you what? An alien or a Gentile.
Now being circumcised.
You see all these layers you have to learn just to see who's a damn Israelite? And then we wonder why nobody knows clearly who's who. Nobody said this was easy. That's why many are called, but few are chosen. Because you got to do the homework to figure all this shit out. It's hard to figure all this out. And sister, I'm trying to tell you, this is some of the meat. This is most of the things that people don't get. These are things that people do not get. They trip over it, and they trip their ass right out the truth. And they be back in the Christian church, waving palms and singing and putting money in the collection plate. That's how it happens. Because people will read this shit, and they'll say that Gentiles are everybody, instead of understanding that it's your people who are discontinued from their heritage and living in other lands.
That's right.
See, the prophecy of Jeremiah 17:4, it wasn't just for then, it was for them. It was for when we were in Babylon. It was for when we were in Egypt. It was for when we were in the Roman occupation, the Greek occupation, because you got to remember, in 1st and 2nd Maccabees, it says there were many Israelites who went and joined themselves unto the Greeks and followed their ways and discontinued serving the Most High. They would have been called Gentiles in the flesh. Right? That at that time, ye were without Christ, being aliens from the commonwealth of Israel, and strangers from the covenants of promise, having no hope, and without God in the world. But now in Yahushua HaMashiach, ye who sometimes were far off, are made nigh by the blood of Christ. Remember I said that Yahushua was going to take the stick of Judah, the stick of Ephraim, northern and southern kingdom, put them together and make one stick? The blood of Christ is going to unite us all, or unite us all, I'll say it clearly, right? Because when he comes, what's the first order of business after he kills Edomites? He's going to separate the nations. Well, what if we're already scattered? That means we have to be aggregated, put together, and then separated again, meaning separated from the heathen. So now we're one nation again of Israelites. And there's going to be some of us who look like damn Adolf Hitler. We're going to look white. But here's the thing, they go back to our people. That's why you can't get caught up in how somebody looks. You got to try the spirit by the spirit of the word. And it's not always easy because sometimes you got language barriers.
Don't you know they don't teach us none of this in the other religions?
Oh, I know. I know. We victims too. ain't just the only victim. We all victims. Everybody been misled. Even the Gentiles been misled. That's in Jeremiah 16. The Gentiles gonna come unto us saying that they inherited lies from their fathers. See, that's why sometimes I feel a little bad for the heathen, because they're being lied to just like we being lied to. The fact that, the fact that those Ethiopians call themselves Ethiopians tells you they've been lied to. Because what does Ethiopian mean? It means burnt face. And by the way, Zeus, right, part of Greek mythology, one of his names is Ethiops, meaning burnt face. Hercules, Zeus, Hera, all of them were black before they were made white. They used to worship you. See, they don't teach that shit either.
But they make Hercules out to be this big old extra strong dude. That nigga was weak. He worshiped us.
Well, the real Hercules was based off of Samson. So you gotta understand, they took our characters and they made their own versions, and at first they were black. But then eventually, since they made the characters and they have the artistic merit and ownership of all those pagan religions, they can make it white if they want to.
It's part of witchcraft. They're giving you witchcraft.
But here's the thing, whether they make him white or black, you're not supposed to believe it. That's the difference. It don't matter what color their pagan god is. You're not supposed to believe in it. Because what's the first and most important commandment? Thou shalt have no other gods before me. That's why God says that.
But that's what our family do on our faith, you know.
I know.
Isn't that what got he kicked out the garden and believing another doctrine?
I talked about today. Oh, you're good, man. Just know if you're a native Hispanic, you're a king walking the earth, all right? You're an Israelite.
Got him kicked out the garden, believing another doctrine?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what gets you kicked out of the garden.
That's what it is, man. You know? Like, and that's why you hear me say this all the time. I sound like a broken record. You might not pay today, but you're going to pay for it. You're going to pay for it.
This is the Lord.
When you transgress the Most High God, you're going to pay for it. He's going to hit you where it hurt, too. That's why when Adam and Eve transgressed, he hit them where it hurt. He threw their ass out the garden. He took away their status as gods walking the earth. And they had to toil by the sweat of their brow and the strength of their back to grow food. That was a commoner's toil. That wasn't their lot. Their lot was to walk amongst the gods. And the only gods in the flesh at that time were Adam and Eve, the Adamic races. And you see, even when they were stripped of their godlike status, they still had godlike power. Because their children's children were still mighty men upon the earth. That's why, remember when I said the sons of God started to intermingle with the children of man, and they produced giants? The word for giant in the Hebrew just means men of renown, men of high fame. And to be a man of renown in that day, what did that mean you have to be able to do? You'd have to be a man of war, a man of stature, a man of ability, whether it be physical or intellectual. You had to be above the rest, a god among men. That's why people think there are giant gods walking around who somehow put a giant penis in a woman and got her pregnant. But they don't understand the context. Now you're seeing how the Old Testament gives you understanding of the New Testament. So what if you don't understand the Old Testament and you only read the New Testament? Now you see how little you would know?
It's not possible to know the New Testament without reading the Old Testament. It's not possible.
It's not possible.
Have y'all been to a Baptist church?
Oh yeah, I grew up in.
I grew up in Baptist.
They don't tell you none of this.
I know. They spend too much time clapping and singing and putting money in collection plates. I know. And the pastor trying to get it in with the big booty woman who's sitting in the front row. I know.
Dance.
Oh, and if your pastor can dance, oh my God.
He gonna dance.
He gonna dance. He gonna cut a rug every damn Sunday. Because you know that's what he do. He's showing out for Miss Gladys in the front row. Who got her BBL last week. Or last month, and it just healed up and she ready to go. So now he's showing out.
Put up many YouTube videos on Christian pastors and ministers and preachers who's always getting caught cheating on their wife with either a little boy or a little girl
Or a man. Did you see that one where that dude got caught cheating on his wife with a tranny? Because he wouldn't pay him, so the tranny pulled out a camera and started recording his ass. And it was a black man too. Like, that's why our people saying we don't engage in all that shit that Esau do. Man, we need to stop saying that shit. Because he done rubbed off on us, man.
Yeah.
That shit terrible.
And that's what happens when you start worshiping their deities. You start to become
Just like,
like a reprobate mind.
yep, just like.
It's a reprobate mind.
I got one more thing to read, though. It's going to make more sense to you when I read it, okay? This is Acts chapter 2 and verse 5.
Bring it out.
And there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews, devout men out of every nation under heaven. Well, isn't Italy under heaven? The land of Italy, the country, is that under heaven? Yeah. How about Greece? Is that under heaven? Okay, how about Japan? Is that under heaven? Yeah. So if there are Jews dwelling in every nation under heaven, who are the Gentiles then? The Jews dwelling in those nations under heaven. That's why it goes on to tell you. Now when this was noised abroad, the multitude came together and were confounded, because that every man heard them speak in his own language. So you had a bunch of Jews coming from a bunch of different countries speaking different languages. And when they spoke to one another, the Holy Spirit automatically translated everything. That was the miracle of the Pentecost. We gonna keep going, right? You want me to reread it? Okay. This is Acts chapter 2 and verse 5. And there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews, devout men out of every nation under heaven. Now when this was noised abroad, the multitude came together and were confounded, because that every man heard them speak in his own language. And they were all amazed and marveled, saying one to another, Behold, are not all these which speak Galileans? So the people who were from Galilee, who spoke the native Jewish or so-called Jewish tongue, they were amazed, because a man from Greece would speak his respective language and they could understand it. A man from the land of Elam, where the Elamites come from, the East Indian man, they would speak their language, but they would hear them in their native tongue. But then they would speak their native tongue, and the man from the land of Elam would hear him in his native tongue. Now you see the miracle? But they were all Jews, all the same. And it's going to tell you some of the countries they came from. And how hear we every man in our own language, wherein we were born, Parthians and Medes. You got to remember the Medo-Persian Empire? So you had the Medes, right? The Medes were Japhetic peoples, right? So you've got Japhetic lands housing the Israelites. And now where people were speaking in that respective language, right? And Elamites, I just named them. And the dwellers in Mesopotamia, and in Judea, and in Cappadocia, and in Pontus, and in Asia. Asia's a whole continent. But you know the biggest country in Asia, China. So you had Israelites going all the way over to China. And yet, all these Israelites came together, speaking different languages, and the Holy Spirit made sure every man heard the language that he needed to hear in order to understand what was going on. And it happened seamlessly. Now, what is Esau trying to do with his AI and these phones? Auto translators. Oh, didn't I say he was trying to create his own elect? I did. Now, how do you think he's going to do that? By his technology on the left-hand side. You can't get away from this book, sister. You can't get away. That's why Esau's like, if I can't be the chosen, God damn it, I'll make myself the chosen. And that's what he's trying to do. Now does it make more sense?
This is why our people don't. You know, I recorded one of your sessions. My sister is a holy woman.
Yeah.
Well, me and her into it because she want to be a preacher. I want to play me.
Now she can get a woman's group together. Nothing wrong with that.
No, she wants her own church.
Yeah, and she can't.
Yeah.
And
What's that scripture?
Okay.
It says, where will he go? He go among the Gentiles and teach those.
yeah, I think it is.
And those which were said about different cities that were scattered amongst the nations.
And your teaching sounds more like the Black Panther.
Okay. I mean, does she take issue with that?
Yeah, because she says more like
Will she come to one of these camps? So I would love if she would just come and I could talk to her.
Bring her. Why don't you bring her?
Oh, she's an Edomite? There it is. Yeah, there you go.
It ain't in them.
Yeah, it's not in.
It's not in them. This is for Israelites. Two Israelites.
What's his father's father? White on father's side? Yeah, there you is.
It's not in them. They're not made. We have to force them to keep it. We have to force them to keep it. It's not in them to keep it. I mean, they govern the world wickedly. If they had their chance to prove that they could keep it, they failed. It's not in them.
Yeah, we tried during the Greek. So after we got out of the Greek captivity, we actually established our own nation again, the Hasmonean dynasty. Right? You know the Maccabees that you hear about in the Bible. That's in First and Second Maccabees. It talks about their exploits to basically establish Israel again. We took the Edomites into captivity. We got time for the Bible, brothers? A couple minutes.
We're working, man.
I'm sorry.
We're working right now.
Y'all, we're okay. Just know y'all kings walking here.
I hear y'all though, so y'all get
All praises, man, all praises. Right? But, so when we established our independence, the Edomites who lived among us, we forced them to convert to Judaism. That was the birth of Judaism for the first time. We were trying to force them to keep our laws. And obviously it didn't work, right? All we did was we gave them the cover for them to say that they were now part of the body of Israel, which they were never recognized as. But see, once we fell out of power again, who was to stop them from claiming that they were Jews? When we were the ones who were the real Jews and would stop them if they tried to do it. If we're not in power, we can't stop them. So now they can stand up and go, oh, I'm a Jew, and I can prove it. I know all this information, knowing that I taught, knowing that this brother taught. You taught their children. You see the dishonesty? That's why now, if you stand up to one of these damn these Amalekites over from Israel, they do one of two things. They either admit that you're a real Israelite, or they run away. Because what can you do? You can't defend a lie with a lie. Some people try, but it never works. It never works. And all that ends up happening is you end up being used as a teaching tool, and they end up humiliating. Were you there that one time that Jew stopped? And then when he found out he was on camera, he ran away and got in his car and like sped off? Yep. He said he was a rabbi and everything. He was all proud and had his chest out and shit. But once I started asking him, I was like, hey, how are you a Jew and you don't actually go back to the man named Jacob? Y'all are converts.
Oh, that's the first time we met you, wasn't it?
No, that might have been another time. Because I know there's been a couple of times where I've done that. But see, the thing is, though, when the average so-called fake Jew, he doesn't expect black men to understand what's in the Bible. He expects you to be listening to, like, NBA Youngboy and being a dumb nigga. That's what he expects you to be. But when we're standing up, with our heads on straight, sober, hands in this Bible, and we know this history, that scares the shit out of me. Hit that, man. Just hit it anyway. Shit.
Romans chapter 3, starting at verse 1. What advantage then hath the Jew? For what profit is there of circumcision? Much in every way, chiefly because that unto them were committed the oracles of God.
So unto the Jews were committed the sayings of the Most High God. What are the sayings of the Most High God? Huh? Yeah, well where did God speak in the Bible? In the Old Testament, right? The oracles of God are the Bible. It's the scriptures. So unto the Jews, or unto the Israelites, were committed the oracles of God. So Paul's literally saying out of his own mouth that the oracles of God, the sayings of the prophets, belong to us.
So if you want to understand the Bible, you have to go to the Jews.
You got to go to the source.
It's only given to them. It's not given to anybody else.
And if they can't get to the Most High God, which they can't because God ain't dealing with them like that, what's the next best thing? The people who he gave the law to. The people who he gave the wisdom to, which would be us.
It just dawned on me though. That's much more grasp.
Why do you think all of a sudden those Cushites, they went from like condescendingly talking to all of a sudden they just like, damn,
And they were condescending to talk.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell.
It was pissing me off.
But you know what? The thing is, you keep cutting them. They gonna have nightmares about that shit. You best believe it. They gonna be like, man, you remember that dude we ran into in San Antonio? Man, yeah, man, that shit was crazy. But see, we know we hang out with folks like that all the time.
Or Smoothie's buddy. But he has more in his heart.
Yeah, that's why, like, all that friendship shit, I'm like, bro, spare me that.
It's just Smoothie's buddy.
I ain't trying to hear that.
He'll draw his sword and stab you in the back the first chance he gets.
Yep.
Because our detriment is to their benefit. Why would he want me to rise? He's just going to end up serving me because we're the strongest nation on earth. You don't want me to rise because I'm going to see the weak and I'm going to put them where they belong. Just like they're trying to convince us we weak, even though we're the first ones dunking.
Yep.
We're the fastest on the field. We hit a baseball harder than any of them. So they don't want us on top because they know, just like we bully in their arenas, in their activities, we will rule in the government. And they will be on the bottom.
Now,
They don't want that.
And I'm gonna blow your mind. Most of their governments were built by us.
It was.
China. You gotta remember, China was a collection of tribes and warlords at one time. Right? America. We built America. Not just physically. We put America's government together. The first 7 presidents under the Articles of the Confederation were black men. John Hanson being the first one. See, when you know shit like this, man, the white man can't fuck with you. He be scared to talk to you. Because he can't lie to you. You gotta remember, what did the Native Americans say about the white man? He speaks with a forked tongue. He can say one thing but mean another. He can speak peaceably to you and declare war at the same time. That don't work when you shoot straight down the middle with the truth.
What they call them? They say the white devil.
Yeah.
Blue-eyed devil. Those were the term the natives used. He got that from them.
Yeah, we ain't the first ones to use that the white man's a devil. Because the word devil just means deceive.
That's it.
That's all.
So the devil shall throw you into prison. So you read that earlier.
Yep.
Well, who's throwing
Isaiah
us into
42.
prison? It ain't us. We ain't throwing ourselves into prison.
But we gonna go ahead and get ready to end this up. I'm gonna get my favorite scripture. Y'all know what we're gonna get? Or is that it?
No, our favorite scripture. I
Yeah, get your favorite one, man. Get one, brother. We only got time for one.
I got some really. All right. Get a favorite scripture.
I would love to be out here till 2 in the morning, man, but I can't do that. My wife be like, man, where you at? You gotta pretend like you got a family, nigga. Now she understands though, because I tell her, I was like, look, if we be worthy to enter into the kingdom, she gonna come right along with it. Because the Bible even says the wife can sanctify the husband and the husband sanctify the wife. That's right. So, I would love nothing more than for me and my wife to enter into the kingdom and enjoy things for a while. And then have our children. You know what I'm saying? Man, the more me and my wife talk, we realize we can't have kids here. Not here in America. We have to move out of America. Because now when you put your kid in school, they have to be taught about transgender, LGBTQ in like preschool, first grade. I know. Me. So me and my wife, we're kind of just chilling. She's focusing on her health. We getting things together. But in terms of having kids, like that's postponed for now. But go ahead and get it when you got it.
Does she know the definition of sin?
Yeah. Sin is transgression of God's law, right?
Okay.
So she been showing up to camp for like a year now. Some change.
All praises. All praises. Man, all praises.
She my most dedicated student, man. I'm proud of this.
All praises.
Really am.
Well, the reason why I asked that is because every time I see the word sin, I want to see that definition. Transgress the law. So this is Proverbs chapter 8. I'm going to read verse 36. But he that sinneth against me wrongeth his own soul. All that hate me love death.
So, hey, it's playing up on tables, man. Especially to you ignorant ass Israelites who won't get right. Most like God's making it plain. You get it right, you get put down, put to death, dealt with, however you want to put it. Right? But I'm going to read my favorite and we're going to close out, all right? This is Revelations, chapter 22 and verse 14.
Bring it up.
Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life, and may enter in through the gates into the city. I like to say, call halal Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai. This is Brother Hayael and Brother
Malkiah.
All right, we signing off. I want to say Kwam Yasharala
Kwam Yasharala.
and destruction to Babylon. You know we can't say that to America no more. They get on this for it. Nah,